Fan una senyal? És aquell noi d'allà dintre la cabina? Ah, sí. Ui,
Ja ho tenim.
vale. Benvingudes i benvinguts.
Welcome. Vilaseca, the president of the Foundation's Ricardo Bofill. It's a pleasure to find you here in order to share once more our determination and willingness to move forward together towards a more equitable education that leaves no one behind. And regardless of the socioeconomic background of the families, no one should be left behind. In July 2021, the Foundation was mobilized in order to draft the manifesto in order to place a bet on research in order to improve education in our country. Many people here were part of that, and we wanted to move forward in education and that it would be included in policy making. 2 years afterwards, we have a different scenario ahead. The Department of Education is working on an educational research program to lay the foundation in order to increase the usage of applied research in education. The Foundation, together with the Ministry for Social Inclusion and the EU, is conducting an impact assessment study, which is pioneer in our country, where we assess educational support measures. We have seen the participation of more than 200 centers and more than 10,000 children in more than 4 different areas of the state. And this is part of a project where when we rely on the impact assessment, we seek to improve the well-being of people and their social inclusion. So today we get together in order to continue to go deeper into the subject of educational support through the generation of knowledge and spaces where we can share it, like today's conference. This is how we do it. So I would like to thank you for your attendance. We hope that today is going to be fruitful and successful. Thank you very much.
Doncs gràcies, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. As Isabel mentioned, we find ourselves here in order to continue to talk about how to generate evidences in order to support public policies in the realm of education, in order to improve the opportunities for all the children and most vulnerable people in our country. This is something we do in order to engage different stakeholders who have a lot to say in this common objective, which is to improve the educational opportunities. Educational centers, teachers, educational teams, different layers of the administrations on a local, regional or national level, ministries, research institutions, university, researchers, foundations and entities. We need to integrate all those points of view in order to move forward in this common goal. Only if research responds to the needs of educational centers, especially the most vulnerable ones, only by doing that we will be able to have applicable, usable research. Only if the public administration places a bet on evidence-based policies can we change the model and have a deep impact that transforms the lives of the younger generations. Throughout this conference, we're going to be listening to the different stakeholders' opinions, and many others probably have been left behind because of time constraints, but we are going to listen to what we need in order to move forward towards this challenge. We're going to listen to national and international experiences that will lead the way in order to emulate that in our country. I would like to thank everyone in the team who made this feasible. Many people will be here at the stage, and some other people will be running around here to make this feasible, and I would like to thank you all. The attendees, on-site and remotely. I make the most of this opportunity to say hello to everyone following us via streaming, and this has generated a lot of interest, and we did not think that it would entice so much interest. So we're really satisfied to see that the path towards the educational equality engages many people, and we hope that today is going to be really fruitful and helps us move forward.
Molt bé. La recerca voldríem que contribuís...
We would like for research to contribute to the ongoing improvement of educational progress, but in order to do that, and in order for this to be useful, we would like for research to incorporate the point of view of teachers and managers, policymakers, officers that need to do the monitoring, inspection, etc., of all this ecosystem that needs to be fed by this research. So that's why today we want to bring in all those points of view and to be sensitive and to ask ourselves to what extent are we catering to the needs of all the spokespeople, and to see how we can move forward. As you can see, we are going to focus on the almost experimental analysis, because that's one of the novelties, recent novelties, but we also think that it's of the utmost importance to promote a comprehensive view, not only quantifiable but also qualifiable, in order to retain all the sensitivity and all the elements that are important for research. So the objective of today's conference is to render all these visions visible and to see how this research can have a positive and sometimes also negative impact, to take into consideration which sensitivities we need to consider in order to perform relevant research. And we hope that today is going to be one of many conferences to follow, because we believe that bringing together these pieces of the puzzle is essential so that we can feed back into this ongoing improvement and to understand the evaluation process as an improvement progress. Policies are not correct or incorrect, there's always scope for improvement. So we're going to basically have 3 different blocks with 3 different tables. The first round table is a more international table, and unfortunately everyone is present remotely because it's international, and COVID taught us that many conferences can be done remotely, and we miss the opportunity of networking and liaising over a coffee, but we have this possibility. So Sofia from Portugal unfortunately cannot be here, but we're going to have 3 experiences, international experiences, that are going to tell us about how different countries have made more progress in our country, even though we have taken some important steps. And the second roundtable is made up by researchers that are going to talk about how they're living this process here and which things can be improved. And the third roundtable incorporates the consortium, the Generalitat, and the Ministry for Inclusion, these 3 layers of administration. All 3 of them have undertaken important steps in order to move forward, and we still have a great path to follow. So it's a great opportunity for them to talk about what they have done and what we can improve all together. So, and that's basically it. We're going to bring in all those outlooks, perspectives, methodologies, so that these perspectives are truly important views to be taken into consideration. And without further ado, we can kick off.
estem esperant a que ens connectin amb...
We're just waiting for a connection with the speakers, right?
que estaven fent un cafè també.
We're also grabbing a coffee, I believe.
Molt bé.
Okay, so...
Allà també o no? Vale. Bueno, vaig mirant. Si m'ho poseu cap allà també. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome Julien, welcome Rita, and welcome Lisa. So this is the first roundtable that we're going to have today, where we're going to see 3 examples of European countries that have advanced in recent years in promoting or integrating research as part of their decision-making process. So we're going to have the Netherlands with telling us about one particular approach to this, which is quite centralized. So the central government has made a big effort in promoting all the elements that are necessary for research to be relevant for improving education policies. Then we're going to talk about France with Julien, who's going to tell us about how things have gone about in France, where initially a big effort was done in a centralized way, but then different decision makers have changed their their investments in different aspects. So at the end, what has been successful so far in France is to have a quite decentralized model where different entities have worried about generating evidence that is relevant for their decision process. So it's a rather decentralized process, but also effective, although Julien will also tell us about the challenges that they're facing. Okay, so they will share their experiences, but they will also share the challenges they're facing with us, okay? We were gonna also have Portugal with Sofia. She is a researcher and she has been advising the government, so she's been part of the advisory committee for several years, first at the regional level and then at the national level. And she was gonna give us her views on how having a researcher in this advisory board helped or limited her capacity to affect policy. But unfortunately, she is unavailable to attend because she's very sick. So she cannot connect, okay? Well, very sick, flu-wise, not, yeah, okay, so we're not worried about her. It's unfortunate that she cannot connect, okay? So, but I do recommend that you think about her if you ever need a reference on how researchers can more directly impact policy, right? Or impact or inform. I'd like to talk more about inform rather than impact, okay? So let's start with Julien. Julien is a senior researcher at the Center CNRS, the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique. Oops, sorry, I was not ready to do that switch right now. He's also professor at the PSC and deputy director of the Institute of Public Policy in France, okay? Then we're gonna have Rita Snijders and Lisa Simpa from the Netherlands. So Julien will go first, and then Rita and Lisa will go afterwards. And so Rita is research program coordinator, and she's specializing in practice-oriented research, okay? And Lisa is in charge of advising policy, but then also making sure that knowledge is used to inform those policies, okay? So both play a role that we often lack in this country, and I'm very excited also to share what they have to say about how things are done at the Netherlands Initiative for Education Research. Okay, so Julien, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katerina. I just want to make sure that everybody's hearing me okay.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, great. Yeah, I'd like to thank the organizers and Katerina especially for inviting me to join this panel discussion. Unfortunately, I could not be in Barcelona today, so will present the French experience online. So I think I have prepared a set of slides together with my presentation, and I will try to share a number of insights, covering, broadly the last, I would say, 30 years in terms of policy evaluation and in education in France, and how gradually, I would say, that the divide between policy and research has been bridged, although there is still a long way to go, and I'll conclude with that. So I will maybe give you some, as a starting point, the situation that prevailed, I would say, until the early 2000s and is still very much in place today, which is the fact that policy evaluation in France, and I imagine it's the case in most countries, it's traditionally performed by government bodies. That means, government departments, inspectorates, and also, for large part, the statistical offices of different ministries. And in education, that has been particularly true. Most of the policy evaluations that have been conducted in France have been done by the Ministry of Education Statistical Office, which is called Direction de l'évaluation de la prospective et de la performance, DEP, and which has, as you see in its name, the word evaluation. So, although this statistical department has been heavily involved in policy evaluation, it's been mostly focused on student learning, using a specific set of data sources, mostly standardized tests that the ministry conducts in schools, but also surveys that have been led by the ministries, especially surveys of students and panels of students that are followed from primary school to when they're into higher education. That's been the main data source in this area. And for many years, in fact, there has been a very limited input from researchers into policy evaluation, especially, I would say, economists that only became involved in that field in the early 2000s. There were several reasons for that. I would say one strong reason it was that data access was severely restricted when it came to education data. This data was considered as sensitive because it concerns children and adolescents, and so it was very hard to access the data. And even if you could, typically there was no student identifier in the data, so you could not follow students over time, which puts a strong limit on what you can do with this data. Another reason is that applied researchers at the time were more interested in, or more involved at least, in the evaluation of active labor market policies, for which the data was, I would say, more easily accessible. And so there was, in fact, limited research on applied research, at least on education. So next slide. So a major turning point was in the early 2000s, where economists became much more involved in the evaluation of educational policies. And I think we can identify three main factors that have triggered this change. A first factor is the fact that there was a growing need for independent evaluation at the time. I would say there was increased skepticism towards some of the evaluations that were led by the Ministry of Education of some of its most important policies. A prime example being the priority education zones that had been set up in France in the 80s to channel additional resources to disadvantaged students and disadvantaged schools. And there were some concerns that this policy, in fact, was not very effective, despite the fact that the government reports and the reports from the Ministry of Education were very positive about this policy. And so that prompted economists to, investigate a little bit more into that policy. Another important factor, the second one, was the fact that more data was made available, especially large administrative data covering almost the universe of students enrolled in secondary education and later students enrolled in higher education. that data could be linked with data on performance of students on exams, on national exams, like the exam that students take at the end of middle school, the brevet, or at the end of high school, the baccalaureate. And that was really something new. This data emerged in the early 2000s. And another very important factor that doesn't only concern France, but many other countries, was what we call, among economists, the credibility revolution in empirical economics, which is a rather drastic change in the methodologies used by economists to perform policy evaluation, using more transparent methods, and emphasizing the identification of causal effects, and using approaches such as randomized control trials, or using quasi-natural experiments, that is, sources of variation that you can use to evaluate, for example, the effect of educational resources of student performance. And a very good example of that are a number of research papers that came out at the time on the effects of class size on student performance, using the variation that was driven, for example, by the fact that in many countries there's a cap on the number of students, the maximum number of students you can have in classes, and that triggers variation in the size of classes in different schools, and that can be used to evaluate the effects of class size on student performance. And these methods kind of gradually made their way to France. A key person in that area was Thomas Piketty, who came back from MIT and trained a number of economists, including myself, in using these methods and using educational data in France to actually bring new insights on policy. Now, one important thing to note is these new approaches were not very well received initially by the Ministry of Education. A good example of that is the report that Thomas Piketty and Thomas Valdener wrote in 2006 on using precisely these new approaches to evaluate the effect of class size on student performance in France, and showing that there were pretty sizable effects of class size on the achievements of students, which actually went against pretty much the doxa of the Ministry of Education at the time, which considered that there were no effects of class size. And as a result, this report, which was commissioned by the Ministry of Education, was actually not published for many, many years. You could find it on Thomas Piketty's page, but the ministry did not release it until pretty recently. So showing, an example of how the interest of policymakers and researchers are not always very well aligned, and sometimes political control can go against kind of the research making its way to the general public. So next slide is, I think, a very important moment in that has completely transformed the landscape of policy evaluation in education in France, which was the creation of the so-called Experimental Fund for Youth in 2008, so Fonds d'Expérimentation pour la Jeunesse, which I think may share some similarities with what is happening at the moment in Spain. So this fund was set up by the High Commissioner for Youth, Martin Hirsch, to experiment and evaluate a number of new interventions that were aimed at improving the social outcomes and the career prospect of young people in France. And this fund was endowed with pretty important resources. 230 million euros were allocated to this fund between 2009 and 2014. And the fund was, primary objective was to channel these resources to projects and evaluation of these innovative experiments through calls for proposals. So there were 16 in total, and the way it worked was that in each call, the project holders were matched with evaluators. So they could be matched either ex ante or during the call. And so the project holders, they had some intervention that they wanted to experiment. They could be very different. That included public administrations, it could be local educational authorities, non-governmental organizations. And they would then be matched with a group of evaluators which would be in charge of actually measuring the effects of the policy or the intervention. And these evaluators were both research teams, but also private consulting firms. And the calls initially at least imposed strong requirements on the methodologies to be used and emphasized as the gold standard the use of randomized controlled trials. Actually, in the end, randomized controlled trials were not they're very costly, and they only concerned a relatively small number of evaluations that were performed, but there were quite a few at the time. And they were mostly conducted by Paris School of Economics in partnership with the JPAL Europe that was founded by Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee lab. And there were a number of prominent evaluations that were conducted at the time in education. I'm citing a few examples. The evaluation of an intensive tutoring program to address early age difficulties in learning. Another program on boarding schools for children from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. And another example is an experiment or an intervention aimed at involving parents in their children's education through meetings regularly organized at their school. And maybe I can give a very short overview of this last intervention that was evaluated. So on the next slide, where this experiment was conducted in a relatively disadvantaged school district in the Paris region, the district of Créteil. It was launched in 2008, and the intervention consisted in offering to volunteer parents the opportunity to participate in 3 discussions, facilitated discussions in the school during the school year on how to navigate their child's transition to middle school. So it was targeted at 6th graders, and this intervention was evaluated using a randomized control trial in 183 classes, half of which was assigned to the treatment group and half to the control group. And this evaluation showed that this program, despite being relatively light touch, had pretty sizable effects on both the involvement of parents in their children's schoolwork, but also the outcomes of the students themselves, especially regarding behavior, less absences, but also test scores in the long run, with the children whose parents have been involved in these meetings scoring 3 to 4% higher scores on national exams. So that was a pretty successful experiment that later was scaled up to all local education authorities in France, showing how research really fed into policy making using very robust evidence. So next slide. So if we want to kind of think about the lessons from this experimental fund for youth, there are both pros and cons. So the main strength of this fund was to really spur a wave of social experimentation that was pretty much unparalleled in France. In the early 2010s, more than 700 projects were funded by this fund. It also promoted the importance of external independent evaluation, and which was not really so common in France before that. It increased it favored the relationship between policymakers and evaluators, because in the process of submitting proposals for evaluation, there were intense discussions between evaluators and policymakers in terms of how to design the evaluation, the data requirements, and that was very useful too. And many very high quality evaluations came out of these experiments, and they delivered important insights. Many of these randomized control trials that were conducted at the time made their way into international top international journals in economics. The one I mentioned, La Mallette des Parents, was, for example, published a few years ago in the Review of Economic Studies. Now, there were also some limitations of this approach. One of them being that, in fact, researchers did not carry out most of the evaluations. Most of them were actually performed by private consulting firms using more qualitative approaches, and some of these evaluations were not very high quality. And one of the lessons that was learned at the time is, well, you know, the researchers are not always interested in evaluating any policy. You know, their interest is also in publishing good papers, and sometimes some yet very interesting policies may not, you know, because they're not maybe innovative enough, or they've been already paralleled in other countries. They don't, you know, raise a lot of interest from researchers, and also the number of research teams that could be involved was relatively limited. Another problem was that this fund was placed under the control of the Ministry of Education in 2010, and the Ministry of Education gradually channeled the resources towards its own interventions, most of which were self-evaluated. And so, in fact, fewer of these resources were channeled to kind of innovative experiments that were proposed by other actors. And in the end, you know, some of these evaluations had a strong policy impact, but I would say that generally speaking, the influence of policymaking was limited. And many of the interventions that were proposed at the time actually were scaled up, even if the evaluation showed no significant effects. And there were many examples of that. Most of the time, or in many cases, because the evaluation came many years after, the results came after, the decision had to be made whether or not to scale up the program. So next step is, well, you know, after this kind of golden era of experimentation in education in France, I think the landscape has changed quite a bit in recent years through another approach, which was the emergence of policy evaluations institutes. In the early 2010s, a number of these institutes emerged, and all of them being specialized in policy evaluation. I'm mentioning three of them: the Institut des politiques publiques, of which I'm deputy director, the Laboratoire interdisciplinaire d'évaluation des politiques publiques at Sciences Po, and also TEP, which is a consortium of research units in universities. And these institutes were really inspired by similar examples in Europe, including the Institute for Fiscal Studies in the UK, the German institutes, the VAT in Finland, or the IFAO Institute in Sweden, all of which share a number of distinctive features, such as having a strong academic orientation and being non-partisan. So these institutes are not think tanks, they're really research institutes that promote the use of kind of the modern methods of policy evaluation, which can be both quantitative and qualitative, but methods that are really rooted in academic research. Another important distinctive feature is the fact that they rely on mixed funding. There is, on the one hand, some base funding, but also resources coming from contracts with stakeholders and policymakers to evaluate certain specific policies. And there's also an important aspect, which is a kind of common ethics. The three institutes that I'm mentioning here all signed in 2012 a common charts of ethics, which in particular imposes that they do not accept any evaluation for which the results cannot be published. And that's very important. That's an important distinction with consulting firms, where basically we only accept to evaluate certain interventions if we have the guarantee ex ante that we can publish the results. And that was very instrumental in changing the way policymakers approach evaluation. Now these clauses that were very, very prevalent in terms of, saying, well, you have to have our authorization to publish the result, these are all gone now in France. You cannot no longer impose them. Next slide. I'll just give you an example of this kind of approach. The one that is conducted by the Institut des politiques publiques, the institute that I'm involved in. So this institute was launched in 2011. It's a partnership between Paris School of Economics and CREST, another important research economics lab in France. And we have made basically two objectives. One is to promote quantitative and rigorous evaluation of public policies in many domains, including education, health, pensions, environmental policies, but also to disseminate the findings to the general public and to policymakers. And we do this in different forms: policy reports, of course, but also policy brief. We're soon going to publish I think something like policy brief note number 98 or something. We're coming close to 100. And we also organize many events involving, presentation of research results and policy roundtables with policymakers. The range of policymakers with which we are involved is pretty wide. It includes, a National Research Council in France, which funds many evaluations, but also ministries, local authorities, NGOs, private foundations, trade unions. It's a pretty diverse set, and I must say that today there's a pretty large social demand for external evaluation, such as the one we conduct. And many of these evaluations were conducted in the field of education. Just to give a few examples, to show the diversity of the stakeholders with which we're involved, we evaluated, for example, a program through a randomized control trial, a series of intervention by female role models in French high schools that try to promote to female students the importance of considering studies in STEM and showing, and the evaluation showing that this actually has, these interventions, class-based interventions, have sizable effects on female students' choices at the entry into higher education, many of them actually switching towards more male-dominated STEM fields. Other examples involve policies aiming at promoting social diversities in selective higher education, or more recently, school choice reforms that have been implemented in secondary education in France, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and also local education authorities, such as the local Parisian Education Authority, which has conducted a number of interesting policy reforms for assigning students to schools. And just to give an example of these kind of collaborations on the next slide, there's currently an ongoing evaluation of a pretty important school desegregation initiative that was launched in 2016 by the Ministry of Education that has implemented a kind of bottom-up approach where local authorities were invited to experiment a number of different ways in which you can reduce segregation, social segregation in schools through different means, withdrawing school catchment areas, closing some very deprived schools, implementing school choice policies with social quotas. And in total, there were 56 schools that participated in experiments, and the Ministry of Education collaborated with different research teams, including a team here, teams of economists and sociologists, to evaluate these experiments. And the collaboration has been really on many different aspects, developing indicators of social segregation between schools, to design the school choice algorithm that is used to implement these social quotas, but also, of course, collaboration in data collection, both using administrative data and survey data in the participating schools. And this evaluation is still ongoing. So to wrap up, I can, kind of draw a number of lessons on the next slide from this kind of 20 years of experience in policy making and policy evaluation in France. The progress that has been made is very clear, and I would like to emphasize a few aspects of this. One is the fact that more data and better data has been made available to researchers in education. Over the years, many new data sets have been both put together and made accessible to researchers, including standardized testing for all students since 2017, data on teachers that is very high quality, and also the comprehensive data on college admissions since that has been made available 3 years ago. This data can be accessed through secured, on secured server, both at the Ministry of Education, but also remotely through a kind of dedicated remote access center, CASD, which many researchers use to use this very sensitive data. There's been a surge in empirical studies over the past 10 years in education in France, focusing on many different topics: school choice reforms, affirmative action policies in secondary and higher education, gender gaps in education, teacher-related policies. So, I think there have been more papers produced in education in these 10 years than in over the previous 30 years. The interactions between policymakers and researchers have been also very much favored. Researchers are more often consulted, not only at the evaluation stage, but at the policy design stage early on. And there's many parliamentary hearings of researchers that were not so common a few years ago about policy in education. And also, I think there's been some cross-fertilization between policymakers and researchers. Researchers understand better the institutional details of educational policies through these interactions, and on the side of policymakers, they understand also better the data needs of researchers and try to accommodate the data collection so that we have all the information that's needed for the evaluation. And from the point of view of dissemination, I think there's also been a lot of progress. The policy briefs that are published by the research institutes, they receive a lot more coverage than they used to. A lot of media coverage of recent evaluation in education. That also has, raised kind of media awareness about, more skepticism toward the self-evaluation of policy reforms in education. And I think that's been very important in the public debate. Now there's, the press always will kind of cross-check what, the results of some policies are based on research, but not only on governmental reports. There are, however, a number of persistent challenges that I would like to highlight, and in the last slide, on different fronts. One is, in terms of data, there are still a number of limitations. One of them is that the educational data is not always very well archived. Many data sets have been destroyed over the years, and that includes, for example, college admission data prior to 2012 has not been kept, and so that's a big loss for research. Some data is not very high quality. For example, data on elementary education is not very good in France. There's many missing records. And so most of the research is on secondary and higher education. And there's also, and I think that's the biggest problem, strong restrictions on the possibility of merging the educational data with data on other types of outcomes, especially labor market outcomes. So to follow the students into the labor market, knowing their employment, their wages, that's something that many more countries are allowing researchers to do. This is still not possible in France. That puts a big restriction on what we can do, especially for higher education research. And also, of course, that concerns like health outcomes, crime outcomes, for example, which, in countries like Sweden or Norway, you can conduct this kind of research. You cannot in France. The effects of educational policies on, for example, health. Funding opportunities, they're not fantastic. There are few calls for proposals in education, in contrast, for example, to calls for proposals on labor market policies or environmental policies. And there are very few government-sponsored experiments. There were many at the time of the Fonds d'expérimentation pour la jeunesse. They've become very rare. And in terms of the gap between policymakers and researchers, I think it's been bridged in part, but there still remains a gap. Because the interests of evaluators and policymakers, they're not always very well aligned. Often policymakers complain about the timing of evaluation. It takes many years, and have the results very quickly. And as I mentioned already, researchers may not be always interested in evaluating any policy. They want to publish good papers, and there needs to be some pretty important novelty aspect to the intervention for them to be really interested. And that means that many policies in education, they're still non-independently evaluated. That's still very common in France. A good example of that recently is a large program, national scale program, that consisted in reducing class size in priority education zones in France. The evaluation was entirely conducted by the Ministry of Education with no input from researchers. Although at that time, researchers were interested in participating. So political control is still pretty much in place for very important policies, in the eyes of the ministry. And so, in general, I would say policymaking in education is still far more evidence-free than evidence-based in France, despite the very significant progress that has been made. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions or provide more details if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I just wanted to make the connection with La Mallette de Parents. It was also implemented here, La Maleta de las Familias, and it was also evaluated by Evalua, which is also an institution that was created to start doing policy evaluation. So I'm very glad that you picked that one because people connected to it probably. And then, yeah, people are asking whether you could share the slides with them afterwards because there's some interesting references that they like to keep. So if that's okay, we'll do that. Let
Yeah,
me know
sure, of course.
Okay. And then we'll just ask questions at the very end, if that's okay. So we'll do the debate at the very end. And now we're just going to move to the Netherlands Initiative for Education Research with Rita and Lisa explaining to us what the experience has been there. Thank you. You should see the slides soon.
Yes, thank you. Buenos días a todos. I will continue in English. My Spanish is not that good. My name is Gita. I'm presenting today together with Lisa, who is my colleague at NRO, and she'll address you for the second part of the presentation, which is primarily focused on the connection of research to policy. You can go to the first slide, please.
Yeah.
I don't see the slide.
Can hold on just a second. Can you see it now?
While I wait for the technique to help me out. Oh, there it is. Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Sorry.
First of all, the Dutch system might be a little bit different than what you are accustomed to in Spain, in Catalonia, and in France. So the first thing we would like to address is what are we talking about when we're talking about Dutch education? There are about almost 18 million people living in the Netherlands, but of course they don't all go to school. I put some numbers here. I will not all read them out loud. You will also get our slides afterwards, so you can check it out. But what is interesting to see is that we have at least almost 1.5 million students in primary school and almost 1 million in secondary school. And there are almost 350,000 students who study at academic universities. And then there are in total almost 1 million who do vocational training and who study at universities for applied sciences. So all in all, it's a big field of students. And NRO is the organization that has as a mission to improve all the education to all these students by using research. It is not an easy mission. Next slide. And we are part of the Dutch Research Council, but we are independent from it. We're based in The Hague, and we're quite a young organization. We were funded in 2012 with the intent to coordinate all the scattered education research that was around in the Netherlands, to coordinate and to put it more in a central point. It's been a process, and NRO is still developing. And so where we are now will not be where we will be in 5 years or in 10 years. We work with about 100 people. And we also have 7 program committees who are organized thematically. And these program committees consist of experts from the field. And these are people from policy, people from the education professional field, so people who are teachers, school leaders, and they also consist of course, education researchers. And together with the 100 employees and these thematic program committees, we organize the education research in the Netherlands. We have a focus on the national education knowledge infrastructure, and we're not only focused on research. So when we're talking about the tasks of the NRO, it's the whole field of infrastructure and the way education knowledge moves through that infrastructural field. We have structural funding by the Dutch Ministry of Education, Plus, we also get additional funding when there's a specific policy or a specific topic that needs to be researched. And we cover a broad field of education. I've written it out. It goes from very early preschool, so kids 3 years old, 4 years old, to the professional development of education professionals, so also teacher education. Next slide, please. So basically, we have 3 big tasks for us every day. We want to innovate and improve education in the Netherlands by facilitating the knowledge utilization in practice and policy, by coordinating and funding education research, and also by building a national data infrastructure for schools and for researchers. Julien explained a little bit about the data use in France, and there have been similar discoveries here in the Netherlands also with privacy of students, but the necessity of having huge data sets from where you can aggregate interesting facts, that is something that NRO definitely works on, and it is something that has been building and still elaborating. Everything we do at NRO is based on 3 very important principles, and this is maybe the difference from what is happening in France. We are a centralized organization, and we are funded by the Dutch government, but we operate independently from the government and all other stakeholders. So we are a completely independent, coordinating player in this field of knowledge in the Netherlands. All knowledge that is associated with NRO is scientifically reliable. It's been peer-reviewed and it has been published. So everything you find that has the stamp of NRO on it about education research, you can trust it. And also NRO actively finds and establishes the connections between science, between policy and practice. And we put a lot of effort in creating those connections. It is a significant part of our work. Next slide, please. So here is a little drawing of the way you could view the knowledge infrastructure field. And in this field, NRO is active on 5 different types of activities. And every single one of those activities influences the next activity. So in the end, everything circles through the field, and on every position, it is important to think about an activity and an action you can do as an organization. To make it very clear, NRO is not a research organization in itself. NRO only supports everything that happens in this knowledge infrastructural field. So the NRO is active on demand articulation, what is going to be researched. And also in the knowledge development, we fund and we coordinate processes. We are busy with knowledge organization, for example, that huge data collection set. We're very active in knowledge sharing, and we help out with knowledge utilization. And every single one of those activities aids the other. And in this, we think that by covering all these aspects, we are able to really make an impact with the type of research that we fund. Next slide, please. I wanted to give you an example of how you can think about demand articulation and knowledge development, and in a very co-creational way. This is something the NRO has been doing in the past 2 years. We have developed a national knowledge agenda for education for the future. This was the first time that we did it like this, but we wanted to hear all the voices of all the stakeholders. So we had regional tables where people would physically come together and discuss, and these were people from the entire field of education: teachers, researchers, policymakers, parents, students, school boards, everything you could think of was there. And they discussed in different settings, in different meeting rounds, which topics and issues they wanted more research on for the Dutch education of the future. And the end result, after a long process with a lot of elimination also, were 6 themes, and I will address those 6 themes next. But the most important thing is what we learned, that dialogue creates ownership and equality between education stakeholders. It's not just research. It's not just policy, not just practice. It's co-creation and everything together. Coordinating this process really did take a lot of time. And of course, we had to compromise because we had about 18 million euros available for the research done on these 6 themes. And we couldn't have more themes. We needed to focus. And also there were some process issues. For example, how do you deal with different levels of abstraction between questions and between input? How do you deal with a difference in a very theoretical question and a very practice-oriented question? And also how to update this knowledge agenda. That is still something we're thinking about, we're working on, because the 6 themes of now might not be the 6 themes in 10 years. But to have something that is carried by the entire educational system here in the Netherlands, saying these are the 6 most important themes for the next 5 years, and knowing that it is carried by all stakeholders, that is something that we're very proud of. Next slide. So here you see the 6 themes, just as a little icon. The first theme is the school as a learning organization. People in the Netherlands find it very important that schools consider themselves also as learning institutions and that they are concerned with bettering themselves. The second theme is knowledge and abilities. Of course, what are we going to teach our children and how are we going to teach it best? Third theme is creating a more inclusive learning environment. That's the little icon with the rainbow flag. The fourth theme is equal opportunities. How are we going to make sure that all kids in the Netherlands get the same opportunity for a good education? The fifth theme, technology, because we live in the 21st century, so we need to think about education and technology. And the sixth theme, also not unimportant, are the starting qualifications of teachers. We want good teachers in order to have good education. But how are we going to do that? So these are all topics where we will spend 18 million euros on in order to research it. And we will give this money to groups, consortia of researchers. And it is a rainbow of proposals that we're seeing. The first researchers have started in 2023, and still there are more calls for proposals coming out of these 6 themes. The next slide, please. So important to realize when we're talking about demand articulation and knowledge creation, that there's not one size fits all. You need to look at your approach and to make it fit the particular group that you're addressing, the particular group that you want to co-create with. For example, what we found in science and science collaborations, for example, research networks, can be locally, regionally, or nationally, they need time to build their connection, to build their network. You cannot just give funding and then expect them to have a result after 1.5 years if there is not even a network to begin with. Networks either need a history or time and money to create a network. And that is a very important lesson. Another one, the same goes for science to practice collaboration. They also need funding to build that connection. But also, and maybe even more important, they need to engage teachers and other education professionals in all phases of research and allot funding and time for their participation. What do I mean with all phases of research? It is the agenda setting. It is also the awarding of funding. Have teachers and professionals decide which is the better research. And conducting the research, have them participate in the research. And in the end, also dissemination, put everybody in action to help spread all the results. Those are all the phases of the research. And second or third important notion is that we promote all our research consortia to work in co-creation. The last thing we want is another researcher who enters a classroom and says, I'm going to research this. And the classroom stares at the researcher and thinks, why? This happened a lot in the past. And when you put teachers in a position and other education professionals in a position that they can co-create with the researchers, the questions that are finally being researched are much more pertinent for the practice and also for the researchers. It is also important to set realistic expectations. If you have that co-creation, not everybody has research as a full-time job because you're working with teachers and education professionals. So things take time and you need to have patience, and you also need to account for fluctuations in teacher participation because that is very unstable. Teachers disappear as consortium members. So there need to be ways where you need to have enough teachers. Next slide, please. This is the point where I will transfer the presentation to Lisa, my colleague, who is specialized in the policy side of the work at NRO. Lisa, can you please continue?
Yes, thank you, Gita. You described a very good overview of what NRO has been doing for these past 10 years since it came into existence. And they are mostly focused on the practice side, so the researcher side and the practice side in education. However, there is also a policy side that is very influential in what we do in education. And the NRO hasn't been taking a lot of initiatives to research what is necessary to have good educational policies based on the latest educational research. And the question arose, does the policymaker require a different approach from the practice, from the professional in the practice? And therefore, we started an exploratory research 2 years ago. You can just continue with the bullets. Thank you. And in the exploratory research, we wanted to get to know what are the bottlenecks and best practices for stimulating knowledge use in policy, and does it differ from the practice professional? So we conducted a desk research, and I say we because I conducted it together with a colleague from the Ministry of Education. And aside from doing the desk research and reading a lot of reports about the close connection between policy and research, and more often the lack of connection between policy and research, as Julien sketched already, is happening in France as well, we conducted interviews with over 84 stakeholders from the field of education. So that goes from primary education all the way up to higher education. It resulted in an exploratory report in the beginning of 2023, which is called Kennisingrediënten voor onderwijsbeleid. And I do not suggest you will hurt your throat in trying to pronounce this. So I translated this for you into knowledge ingredients for educational policy, an exploratory research about possibilities to increase the impact of research on educational policy, and the role of NRO in this process. Next slide, please. Right. So I'll take you through some of the conclusions that we could draw up in the report, and mostly they are about bottlenecks. So what is still not going right in the connection between policy and research? Unfortunately, we found that a lot still goes wrong, and one of the most prominent remarks made by our stakeholders, which will probably resonate with you in the room as well, is that they most often indicated that they have limited time and incentives to actually use knowledge when they are making their policies. This makes sense, right? If you are very stressed for time and you need to write a policy brief, what is the most essential part? It is actually writing the policy brief. It's not reading up on what you can use for the sub-policy brief. So it makes sense if you are really stressed for time, but the policy advisors that we spoke to indicated that they are always stressed for time, which means that the knowledge utilization very often gets left out of the process. Another one is the limited policy memory and a lack of knowledge and oriented culture with policy advisors. So what we mean here is that what we see on a national level, but also on an institutional level, the throughput and turnover in policy advisors is quite high, which means that juniors come in and they work for 1 or 2 years in the policy process, and they tend to look for another job. And the whole knowledge base that they built in those couple of years is gone again, and you have to start over, which means that every single time a new knowledge base has to be built, and you don't have an institutional memory of what actually are the long-term processes that you need to take into account for writing good policy advice. Another one is a lack of training or structure for policymakers. So we see that when juniors or new policy advisors come into the field of policymaking, either at the ministry or institutional level, there isn't an actual education or training program that they follow. It's more of a let's try and see how we get through this sort of deal. And you can understand as educators that that can kind of be a problem for the quality of the policy advice. There is also a lack of systematic disclosure and synthesis of knowledge as a basis for policy formulation and decision making. So even if this time-constrained policy advisor finally does see the light and want to use some knowledge for their policy brief, it is scattered throughout a plethora of sources of knowledge, either databases or research articles, or maybe a website that has some information. And it's very hard to navigate as a policy advisor where all the relevant pieces of information are. So you need a systematic synthesis and one place to disclose this information. So those might be some common problems that we see both in practice and in policy, but we also found that in exploratory research, there are some bottlenecks that are similar but differ from the practice professional. For example, the policy process is far more complex than the regular process for practice professionals who are most likely working as a teacher. Also, different types of knowledge are relevant. So whereas we would be happy enough with some scientific research to use for the practice professional, also so-called gray literature is very relevant, oftentimes more relevant for the policy advisor than it is for the practice professional. However, with gray literature, sometimes the independence of the source is not clear, and the quality is not always as high as well. So it's not always a source of literature that you can easily use and is very reliant. You have to judge that on a one-on-one basis. Also, the importance of timing, and Julien already made a remark about this that resonated with me very clearly, because very often the policy process is such a big dynamic flow that they need the information for their policy process right now or maybe tomorrow, but not in a couple of years when the evaluations are done. And therefore you get the case that a policy decision is already made, and the proof or the information or the research that says this was actually a good decision comes a year later. You can see the problem with that. Also, a limited number of actors does offer more opportunities for direct interaction and customization. So there is an opportunity to direct more of your effort towards key stakeholders in the policy process, and you will probably have a bigger impact on educational quality with focusing on those stakeholders as opposed to focusing on the full field of educational professionals. We didn't only look at the policymaker side, we also looked at the researcher side, because they can also help in making sure that evidence in education finds its way into the policy process. But we see that there are few incentives for policymakers to use knowledge, but there's also few incentives for researchers in science to make policy relevant research. And therefore they stay on a very scientific level, and they don't make it very legible or very accessible for a policymaker. Also, we see that co-creation, as Gita already mentioned as well, happens a lot between practice and researchers, but doesn't happen a lot with policy and researchers, nor policy researchers and practice. And we did find that a lot of researchers mentioned that they are actually a little bit wary of connecting to policy because they find that their independence should never be a point of discussion. We heard this, I think, from over 12 researchers. So this is an important point. And lastly, there's little focus on mass and educational research for policy. So we are seeing that the educational policy researcher is somewhat of a dying race. And in the Netherlands, we don't have the next generation of educational policy researchers ready to take over. So this is a problem in the long term as well. We need to look into how we can get new researchers in this field. Next slide, please. I'm looking at the time, so I'll hurry up a little bit. So after all these bottlenecks, we also have some solutions for the policy side, also for the research side, and we have some solutions that the NRO can help in. I will focus on a few of these, and then we'll go to the conclusions. So when we look at the start of the knowledge cycle process, we'll look at demand articulation. The strategic programming of policy-oriented research, or a knowledge agenda, is very important. And Gita gave a perfect example of how you can make this knowledge agenda in co-creation with practice and the researchers. And in this case, you should also make sure that the policy is connected with it. Another one is the knowledge organization. So when we were talking about the need of a knowledge synthesis and making sure that all that distributed pieces of relevant knowledge are in one available in one central point, you need to make sure that the knowledge is also tailor-made. So what does the policy advisor need at that moment in time in their policy process? And lastly, in knowledge sharing, you see that interaction with research is a very important point. You can bridge that connection by actually putting the researcher with the policy advisor in the same room in the process, but you can also use the bridge in the form of a person. For example, a knowledge broker who will actively go from the ministry or from the institution to the researchers and make sure that there's a flow of the pieces of information between those stakeholders. Next slide, please. Next bullet. So for policy, in conclusions, the lessons that we learned so far in these 2 short years that we've been directing our attention at the policymakers, we have 3 core elements for solutions. And the first one is timing. I already mentioned that when you come with the proof or the research after the policy decision has already been made, you are too late. So you need someone that is very keen on seeing the policy windows, the right moment in time to give the right piece of information that can help with the policy advice. The next one is customization. Do not shoot with buckshot. Do not say there is some knowledge about equal opportunities. Good luck with this whole package of 200 articles and websites. No, you need to listen to what the policy advisor needs. So do a bit of demand articulation and then look what kind of information do we have and make sure that you customize it to the policy advisor's need. And lastly, and most importantly, to my opinion, is the interaction. So you need to organize either by moments in the institution or on the national level or by means of the knowledge broker, but you need to organize the contact between policy and research in all steps of the policy cycle. So not only in the beginning, when they are looking for different opportunities or options for policy, but also during the making of the policy and also in the evaluation part. You need the researcher and the policy advisor to be connected in every single step. Next slide, please. So Gita gave you some insight into how the knowledge agenda came about, and I gave you some insight, hopefully, in what we do for connecting policy and research education. We do a lot of more initiatives, a very long list, but not to overfeed you with information. We kept it to these two examples, but we have some overarching conclusions for you that we think makes our flow of education knowledge through the knowledge infrastructure successful in the Netherlands due to our role as the NRO. So we manage free online locations for publication and storage of knowledge research. And our platform for that is onderwijskennis.nl or educationalknowledge.nl. So this is the one central location of knowledge that I spoke about that is very important for policy advisors to know. I can only go to that website and there's all the knowledge I need for my policy brief. Also, we create and coordinate research programs that are connected to the Dutch education questions for now and for the future, nationally, regionally, and locally. So we don't only look at what were the problems that we were dealing with in the past and what do we see is relevant now. We try to anticipate on the future questions that will arise so that we can already make sure that we have research available at the moment in time that the policy advisors need it. We collaborate with educational stakeholders from practice, policy, and research. We do this through our NRO committees and through the knowledge agenda. And we invest in close connections to policymakers, taking into account timing, customization, and interaction. So those were the three main points that I gave you for the connection of policy and research. And lastly, but also very importantly, we connect with key existing networks and stakeholders who can help disseminate the knowledge. We might be the central point for the government to have their knowledge stored, but also we gladly make use of already institutionalized networks or other energetic stakeholders that can help us disseminate the knowledge further than we could do only on our central level. And that might also be a tip for the Spanish government as well. All right, next slide.
Thank you very, very much.
That was our presentation. I hope we gave you somewhat of an overview of the initiatives that we take on the central level of the Netherlands. Thank you so much for your attention.
This was really, really, really nice, very inspirational. Got a lot to do. So just to give you a hint, so Rita is coordinating the research programs, making sure that they adapt to the needs, and that's why she focused on that. And I think Lisa's description is knowledge broker, which is amazing, no? To have somebody that makes sure that all these connections are there so that we don't see evaluation only as a tool that dictates what's right or wrong, but making sure that it's this development cycle that continues to improve what we do, no? So it's been really, really nice. So unfortunately, we have 3 minutes. So, and I really wish you were here because we would all come to you at the coffee break. I wonder whether it would be okay to contact you if people have questions, further questions, because we only really have 3 minutes. So if anybody wants to ask something, yeah, really, they're telling me 2 minutes. But you see, these are very nice people, so you can contact them and ask them all kinds of things. I would definitely like to come and visit. Less of you, Julien, because you're more familiar to me. But I think what you guys are doing, all of you, is really amazing. So maybe I will. They're thanking me for not giving you too much space for the questions. So we'll just move for a coffee, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock. Okay, so thank you so much.
Benvinguts i benvingudes de nou.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the second session. Welcome to the second panel discussion, where we will be discussing about research and how to overcome inequalities, challenges and assessment opportunities, evaluation opportunities in high vulnerability environments. The aim of the questions we'll be raising is to ground all the inputs that we have received during the first panel through the international experiences, and we'll be taking a very grounded approach, not siloed. It's all about open dialogue, but we'll be, working or approaching it from the ground. So how can we precisely break silos and embrace each other more efficiently? This is what the whole thing is going to be about. So to do so, we count on education professionals and research professionals. Let me briefly introduce them, and I will then ask them a few questions. I will hand it over to them, and we'll have some time for the Q&A so that you can all read your comments, ask your questions. Also, those of you following us online, so start thinking about your questions or comments. Let me briefly introduce the speakers. Starting from my right, Ivan Marchan. Ivan is a teacher in Neus Català High School. He is also a lecturer in the UPF Masters on Didactics. Thanks for being here. José González from PIDO's Fundació. He's the director of the Lidera program, which is being assessed in this program funded by the Inclusion Ministry. Jennifer Ruiz, she is a lecturer in UB and a researcher in the Barcelona Institute of Economics. And Georgetta Young, lecturer in the Department of Applied Pedagogy in UAB and a researcher of CRIEDO, which is the Research Center for Organizational Development. Thank you very much to all of you for sharing this panel with us, and thanks for being open to reflect about the topic that gathers us today. So, Ivan, let me start by you. Again, you're a teacher, a high school teacher, and the context is that little by little, more and more research initiatives are being prompted with the collaboration of teachers. You have been a teacher for quite a long time now in high complexity high schools. You have partnered with IEC. You are a strong advocate of methodologies based on scientific evidence. So on the grounds of your experience, let me ask you two different blocks of questions that you will be asked to answer in the time allocated. And the questions are the following. What are, from your perspective, the main needs that you have, the main knowledge gaps or needs? You know, when you go like, if I knew this, I could perform better at work. If you could list 2 or 3 knowledge needs that you would like to acquire, be it in the class or in pedagogy or in terms of organization. The colleagues from the Netherlands have listed a few knowledge gaps. So from your perspective, how could you be a better teacher if you knew more about research? And what do you think other colleagues would say? Would they broaden the list, or do you think there are common grounds? This would be the first question. And the second question is, how do you think research should be for it to be reliable, not only from a content perspective, but also for it to be useful for teachers, for it to be reliable, a research that is trustworthy for academic centers? And attached to this first question, and this is the last one, for all this to be possible, likely, do you believe there should be some organizational machinery, or perhaps channels or forums, institutional forums within centers that could contribute to making things flow, to make research exchange and dissemination flow? So let's take it step by step. High complexity centers are, again, complex, and there are many gaps. And of course, we need evidence in educational research. The problem is that, class management is difficult when you deal with difficult groups. So perhaps it would be interesting to carry out more research on classroom management. Why is it that some groups are difficult to push forward? This is part of our professional skills, but there is a gap. I believe there should be more training on this matter. And what else? When it comes to teachers, we have to raise the topic of artificial intelligence and how can AI help us. There's the example of InnovaMath with an AI that helps you design tailor-made questions. There are other intelligence that develop didactic units based on the questions you ask the AI device. And sometimes we focus on psychological, pedagogical, sociological approaches, and I would like to defend the need to carry out specific research, because, it's not the same teaching math than language. Now, when it comes to students, what is the problem our students face? Well, they are at high risk of school dropout, and there has to be more research on this matter. We need also social technicians, social integration agents. I believe more research should be carried out about potential synergies, because we have some technicians who are working as mediators, and I am sure they could contribute much more. And then inclusive school. I don't have 27 students, but in many centers there are 27 students, one with a handicap, another one with another specificity, foreigners. So I would like more systematic approaches to this, and more materials, and more dissemination, and more design about how to ground this in the classroom, because, everything sounds very nice on paper, but then we need real live examples, practical examples. Now, when it comes to improving our practice, I believe we should develop social and emotional skills. This is one of the problems many dropout students are faced against. And this is what I think. I've been engaged in research, in educational research. What about if I ask my peers? I believe directors should ask themselves if they are leading properly. In some centers, a groundbreaking leadership transforms centers, whereas in other centers there is a certain stagnation. And I believe directors shall be empowered. If we ask head of studies, my head of studies will say that coexistence, norms, adopting a more restorative approach, detecting bullying at an early stage. Well, it's not easy because, heads of a study are obsessed with coexistence, not to speak about the need to help tutors do a good job. And I can say this with my own daughter. When she has a good tutor, everything changes. How can we spot best practices and give time and recognition to tutors? And yeah, down the line of social and educational improvements in high complexity schools, we offer a holistic approach to our students, and we need more resources. And what do I mean by holistic? Well, we need to include leisure, we need to include health, mental health problems, social services, social and economical situations that do not favor learning, with more, educational approaches. So this holistic integration is difficult to ensure, and I believe some help would be handy. Now, what about if we ask other teachers? Well, probably there will be some who consider that there is no need to carry out more education research, or that they are, working well. There are some mentors in master programs, who say in university theory is very nice, but in real life it's impossible to implement, right? So this is unacceptable, because early training stages are key, and we shall never allow mentors to say that it's unrealistic to implement theory. And I believe I have answered to the first block of questions you asked me. Now, regarding research, as our colleagues from the Netherlands said, co-creation is key. Engaging centers and teachers in the end-to-end process, in the end-to-end research process. It's important for them to be part of defining questions, interpreting data with the participants to the research, disseminating conclusions, disseminating outputs and outcomes. We shall need more hybrid teams with teachers whom shall be part of the university research teams. We need more knowledge transfer and dissemination, and we need to return a return on society. There is a great deal of research in our country, but there is no dissemination, and we need more teachers involved in research. But of course, for that, incentives will be needed, because, work has to pay back. Such incentives can be in form of recognition. We need to develop tools, as our colleagues from the Netherlands mentioned. We need more funding for schools engaged in research. And it is also important to underline the role of teachers. And I believe that this would help visualize, we need to be part and we need to be useful. Now, regarding regarding resources, there are some reviews to which I have no access. I would love to read an article, but there is no way around it. Why does not the Catalan government allow me to have access to reviews and magazines? Perhaps we could promote a magazine. Even the Fundació Bofill could print a magazine with articles, and all these articles shall be made available to working groups, networks, regional networks, sessions, seminars. I believe we need more educational research reference in centers in secondary education. We have the pedagogical coordinators who could lead the path, but who is going to do so in primary schools? We need coordinators in schools. Beyond the director and the head of studies, we shall also promote the role of research coordinators. In the Catalan government, there's the FESIDE in charge of innovation, and mainly they focus on innovation and transfer, not so much on research. And the diagnosis the department came up with, well, what I'm saying here has to do with the Convention on Innovation and Research that was held last week. We're thinking about promoting our own research center with the participation of researchers from different disciplines. What about the CRPs? The CRPs should be small regional forums, and I believe that, considering that we want teachers to be part of education research, and that they have more masters, more PhDs in education. So we need to leverage on this potential so that they are part of CRPs, FESIDES, etc. Now, when it comes to bringing evidence into the classroom. We need to focus on success stories, like in Novamat. Novamat is a success story in which evidence on math has been transferred into the classroom. Let's see how this became a best practice, how AI and didactics were incorporated, how they support teachers. Perhaps editorials should evolve towards a more Innovamat-like model. Here in Catalonia, we have many reference centers. We shall be able to visit them like they are doing in Institut Angela Farré. We shall replicate this practice, upscale it, so that we can learn one from another. And yeah, I had also listed sponsorships. Sponsorships shall also promote research groups, and research groups could sponsor academic centers and support them over a certain period of time in improving items. All these resources are, of course, interesting, and they would require of human resources. But, you know, with in the forums we have, we could perhaps promote meetings to discuss. In department meetings, sometimes we don't really know what to say. Why do not promote reading clubs? Let's read articles altogether, dissemination articles. If we are having issues in group work, let's read articles on the topic, and also peer review between teachers. There are different degrees of expertise in centers. In our center, we try and give room to newcomers for them to have time to observe more expert teachers who are efficient at work. And yeah, time's over. Your remarks are very timely. My apologies. Very thought-provoking remarks, and you're throwing homework at everyone, so thanks. José González.
José González, director de...
José González, you are the director of the EDERA program in Fundació. Thanks for sharing your time and thoughts with us. In third sector entities, there's a certain tendency to develop a fruitful relationship with research groups, researchers, and even though things are yet to be consolidated, so yeah, in Fundació, you are now you are part of a program, the EDERA program, a social mentoring program to enhance access of youth people to higher education. So on the grounds of your experience and other experiences that you hold in your research task, if we had to claim, as we're doing today, if we had to claim how to approach research to the third sector, and especially to more education-oriented entities for vulnerable children, so what shall be the 2 or 3 milestones, the 3 points at which all entities and researchers shall pay attention to when someone in charge of an entity says, I would need a researcher here, empowering me or carrying out research. And on the grounds of your experience in EDERA, you have interacted in a triangular way. You have been partnering with evaluators, research centers, and schools, a virtuous triangle which can be levered to improve actions and programs. Now, in an entity like yours, and the question is similar to the question I asked Ivan, how could this crystallize? How could it be grounded? What roles, what channels, what structures shall be promoted so that in your interaction with research centers and other stakeholders, well, for this relationship to be possible and long-lasting? What a long question. Good morning. I'm new at research. It's the first program, the first research program that I take part in. In Fundació, we considered I was perhaps appropriate to be part of the project because they don't love me very much or because I have a certain capacity to lead projects. Our capacity in EDERA, well, there is something that makes me think the importance of having research nearby or close in the design process. For us, this was extremely useful. Well, let me tell you that EDERA is a mentoring program aiming at reducing inequalities in terms of access to higher education amongst vulnerable students. And in our case, it was very important to grasp what research says about the key moments when access barriers are somehow impenetrable. Access to grants, university dropout patterns, and well, in this framework we came up with a calendar of very important milestones in which we had to focus on working with our students to avoid dropout, etc. Now, in the case of third sector entities, well, besides Bofill and the staff in Fundació, is there anyone else working in third sector entities in the room? Could you raise your hand, please? Show of hands. Thanks. No one. So I believe there is a great deal of interest amongst third sector entities to gather evidence. We also need to frame things, right? The third sector is an infra-funded environment in which we are very much oriented towards direct action. We are always in a rush, very little time available, and this, of course, undermines design and planning. So we are still very much focused on a faith, let's say, logics. So oftentimes, well, we have to bear in mind that we are infra-funded and the system is not very helpful. The legal framework, the public administration, hiring policies is quite horrible. So when we speak about PPPs, there's a certain difficulty and lack of resources. And since the crisis in 2007, there is a great deal of competition in public tenders. So of course there's a lot of precarity in the sector. We have the necessary resources to implement the direct action, but not to pay our human resources. And we work very long hours, and we're always in a rush, facing one challenge after another. So I think there is a clear lack in the third sector of what I'm going to mention as follows. There's the invisible curriculum, which is the clear lack of evaluation on the impact of our actions. I remember a few years ago I had a first contact with Evalua and with Bofill Foundation in the framework of a research on the impact of extracurricular activities amongst the students, and the same happened to me when I first confronted with Bueno. I thought, wow, this is a support tool to get to know what's working well and how I want to face my educational activities. So I believe that entities desperately need more research, and if I had to choose one or another, I would choose knowing much better what is the impact of the actions we implement. In my case, the topic of research, when it comes to research, I've learned something relevant, which is that not only you can reach conclusions as a result of all the data, all the analysis that can be done with collateral impact and with a very strong impact in social educational terms. So there is a figure that runs, that I keep thinking about. Katerina mentioned it, the request. We organized an informative session with the students, and many people asked for a mentor. So in this context, we find ourselves with the fact that 70% of students that have asked mentorship programs are girls, and 70% of mentors are women.
Dades que sorgeixen de manera.
And these are the data which are arising in a cross-sectional way as a result of the research. But I believe that as educator, that provides us with value in order to know which is the socio-educational situation in the primary school, because data point at a certain trend. Then, I think that Fundació, when talking about this experience and how it has unveiled, I think that as a result of that, the approach on social education will be different. It would be fantastic to count on the possibility of including research in any project we develop, but another thing is the resources and how to find them. But then the approach is going to be different because we found really important points of view and insights, and as a result of that, we might feel void if we don't have the support of research. And I think this is going to be something important. And then when we talk about triangulation with the engaged stakeholders, well, I'm going to talk about something which has been a conditioning factor and then to positive benefits. The calendar was impossible, and it was related to what the colleagues mentioned regarding timing and respect to stakeholders. But it has had a good economic endowment, which is something that we're going to miss. We could work really well because we had a great team of people, and in fact this project, had it not been for the people that had conducted it, it would have been impossible to carry it out. Many people are present here, and I cannot be any more grateful on how everything has unveiled. And I've been lucky enough to count on a research team that was working with us, hand in hand, on site. And that was essential for me, because we have the research team who could customize research, and then a key role is the advisor on research, who is Katarina, who introduced us into the world of research and then was really key in order to adapt research to the challenges ahead. And when we're talking about the research team and how to triangulate all these relations, the team in charge of implementation and in charge of research need to interact. We were thinking about what the world of research was, but then there was a clash in implementation, and thanks to the teamwork, it was possible to carry it out. And implementation sometimes can feel invaded by the research, or limited or constrained, because at the end of the day you're working with the addressees, and research take you to certain things that you would not develop that policy for. So the coordinators or brokers were key. They had a global overview and they could generate sympathy. And even if the project is more to do with research or implementation, thanks to this mediation, we never lost sight of the addressees, of the target population. And then regarding research centers and educational centers. We need more pedagogy. Research sometimes is perceived as a threat. The fact that we are being evaluated generates reluctances. And in the educational centers, it's essential to have more time available in order to include them and engage them in the project so that it's a co-creative effort with and for the community. Otherwise, it's perceived as invasive. I coincide with the previous speakers before, and it's essential to have time available in order to engage them and to have more time available, basically. As regards the feeling of invasion we have with research, it generates a lot of reluctances and resistance. Last year, I remember that I was talking to someone responsible from the direct administration in charge of developing a project which was similar to Edera. He's not here, so rest assured. But I remember that when we were talking about how not to invade one another and to be complementary, I said that Edera was an opportunity to evaluate the impact of the project he was in charge of conducting, and his response was, well, we don't need any assessment, any impact assessment. We have been doing that for many years and we know what works. Well, this is a trend that we need to try to repress and to adapt, that even if we think something is working, we need to be subject to evaluation, and we need to change that.
Molts elements que anem recollint.
Yes, we are going to gather many different elements, and later on we're going to delve on some of them. Jenny, thank you very much for being here, sharing this roundtable. Throughout your career as researcher, you have had the opportunity to participate in different experimental evaluations that we were talking about. Pilot projects in Spain and the UK, and some of them in the educational realm. So based on what you have learned with the educational support, where you have been collaborating, here's my question for you. An experimental pilot project, and Jose was talking about the experiments inside the different entities, but also the school centers, gives a pivoting role to the role of evaluator at different key moments like the design and implementation of a program, because it requires different evaluation criteria. And in an experiment, some people are in charge of implementing the project and some others are the control. Some centers participate and some of them are the controls, or some of the centers begin earlier and some others at a later stage. So there are differences, and as a result of that, as Jose mentioned, the exercise of evaluation sometimes is not really welcome, and in the heat of the moment, some people can become resistant. So in order to avoid this from the field of research, he was talking from the standpoint of the institutions and the centers, from the field of research, in order to avoid this, to prevent this from happening, which conditions would we need in order to conduct this evaluation exercises so that they're perceived in a more sympathetic manner? I don't know whether we need to stand closer or become more co-creative, or to get better at providing with feedback. And maybe experimental evaluation does not reach everywhere, and it requires additional collaborations. So how to render the experimental evaluation nicer or friendlier? That would be the question. And then the experimental pilot projects are all about evaluating something in small scale, learn, and eventually scale. Test, learn, adapt, and eventually scale up. So do you think that there is some element of which should be the conditions in order to undertake experimental pilot projects which entail different costs? and which type of political engagement that would require in order to eventually scale it up because you're setting up public policy, or rather, which is your approach? Let's launch into this and then let's see what happens. As researcher, do you have any specific curiosity or on that respect, and how do you solve it? Many questions. Thank you very much. Really interesting. Let's see how many I can answer with the allocated time. I'm really happy to be here again. I spent a lot of time here last year in order to implement it with the educational support, and I'm really thrilled to see these friendly faces. I'm a professor of economics, and in the evaluations that I have participated in, normally I'm in charge of designing the quantitative evaluation. As quantitative evaluators, as Michelangelo mentioned, sometimes we are not famous of being friendly because we go there with a toolkit and imposing our ways without the possibility of interacting too much, because we have strict guidelines of how we need to do things so that the results of the evaluation can be interpreted in a causal manner. From my experience, the experimental research, conducting research in schools but not working in schools, need to understand that the faculty or the teachers are usually work overloaded, so the easier we make it for them, they're going to become more prone to participating in this evaluation. So to me, the key is to provide in advance really clear information about the different stages of the evaluation and what it requires on behalf of the centers at the different stages, so that you don't improvise as you go along. There's 5 key elements that can help us have this information worked on in advance and to convey it to the schools so that they are sure of what they need to do. I'm sure that there can be more key elements, but I'm going to highlight the ones that have been the most important for me. First, I'm going to name them and then I will elaborate. To have time in order to do the planning with a pre-pilot, with a non-experimental pre-pilot. Second element, as you mentioned, what happens with the control schools? We try to offer something to the control schools so that they're happy and they don't drop out halfway through the evaluation. And then good expectation management from schools, from the recruiting process. So if we have time, sometimes we don't have time because we're working with administrations who want quick results. We have this money, we need to spend them, and we don't have time for non-experimental pre-pilots. But if we have time, conducting a non-experimental pre-pilot is going to help us with the design of the evaluation and in order to create this toolkit that render the experience more school-friendly. So the non-experimental pre-pilot means we pick 3 friendly schools that are willing to test 1 year in advance prior to the implementation our evaluation tools, so we can understand what works, what doesn't work. We can get feedback, and this is a very important stage in which you can have all the faculty, all the teachers engaged and providing with feedback on how to implement the treatment, how to design the communication tools together with the schools, etc. So to me, the non-experimental pre-pilot project is going to help you anticipate challenges ahead, challenges that during the main implementation might be different, but it's the same. With this pre-pilot, you can anticipate many things and you can develop tools in order to tackle those challenges in a more efficient manner, and it's going to help you improve communication tools and channels so that we can understand the specific needs of the educational centers in a general way. But then obviously there's going to be specificities to each center, but through this pre-pilot we are going to gain a lot of knowledge on how schools work, which are the best timings for implementation, etc. Second key element, to offer something to the control groups. As you mentioned, the design of different experimental tools means that we have some schools, and half the schools in a randomized manner are allocated the treatment group, and the other half is allocated the control group. What does it mean that they're allocated the control group? Well, those schools, in theory, they need to follow the business as usual behavior. You need to continue working business as usual. Control schools need to work as if nothing would be happening. You don't receive the treatment, you need to remain at the evaluation, you need to continue to implement the evaluation tools, but you're not going to receive treatment. And that's not friendly. That's not user-friendly. Once you do the randomization and you're a school center and you know that you have been allocated the control group role, you feel a desire to drop out. And obviously that compromises the evaluation, because without the control schools, we don't have any methods for evaluations. Which are the tools that we could find from the research field in order to be friendlier, so to speak? One of the ways in which these evaluations of control groups, which are randomized, is to do an implementation, a phased implementation, for example. Randomization is going to consist of, firstly, allocating randomization. And you allocate the order of treatment. We're going to have a first group of schools that are going to receive treatment in period number 1, and then after a while, when we have measured all the parameters that you wanted to measure, the second control group schools are going to be capable of receiving the treatment. That's a way in which you can be friendlier towards the control group. What problem do we have with this phased approach? Well, if we want to observe effects midterm or long term, we need to make sure that the control groups are clean. We cannot offer the treatment at that time. If we want to measure, for example, if we want to evaluate an educational policy at primary school, and we want to know which are the results in the professional labor market, well, obviously, if we offer the treatment 1 year after to the control groups, it's not going to be of use. And what we did in the educational support program was to offer to the control schools something, but not to the same cohort of the treatment collective. For example, so we offer something to a collective who is 2 or 3 years younger, and that's the way in which schools, control schools, can be happier because they're receiving something. So from the onset, all schools are going to be more keen to participate if they receive something in return. Thirdly, the proper management of the expectations of a school. In Catalonia and in Spain, as opposed to the UK, where I have been working for many years, the evaluating culture of treated school and control schools is not really well implemented. So many schools that initially join this project are not aware of the ingredients required by a good evaluation for it to be successful. So it's up to us, evaluators, to inform, to report to the schools from the moment of recruitment what it entails, what the experimental evaluation process requires. So communication is key, and there's certain elements that you need to convey really well. Which are those elements? Well, we need to be capable of explaining really well the need to randomize. Why do we need to respect randomization, and why is it important to respect the results of the randomized control? If the schools do not understand it from the beginning, this is going to be a potential source for failure. And they need to understand the why for the evaluation tools. Why are we requesting from them that the students be observed in the classrooms, and why we need to measure their skills, why they need to fill out surveys that contain items that might be difficult for the students and the teachers and that are lengthy. All of that needs to be explained in advance, and that's going to make our presence friendlier. Schools need to understand the timing and the calendar, and they need to understand which is their task and which kind of support they are going to be receiving on behalf of the evaluators. And it's essential for management to understand that, but also by the faculty, by the teachers. Most of the times, the management of schools embark themselves on these experimental projects, but the teachers are not aware. So it's the faculty of teachers who need to work on that. So it's really important to engage management and teachers, and they need to be aware of what this project is all about. So those were the main 3 points, and then the feedback. Yeah, if you can cut it short in 1 minute. Okay, feedback. Is it something that the schools might like? Yes, it might be the case, but we need to establish a distinction between the feedback during the implementation and the feedback that we can provide at the end. During the implementation, feedback on results and how they're doing is really difficult and dangerous, because that would be an additional treatment. If you want to measure the final result, you cannot establish a distinction between the carefully designed project and the feedback in the meantime, and how it would introduce distortion factors. So I'm not in favor of providing with feedback during the implementation. At the end, yes, provided it respects all the consent information, privacy clauses, and sometimes schools can find that they can understand the evaluation and how it went, but they will not have too many details of what has happened at school, because as researchers we cannot unveil information that compromise the privacy of students, teachers, etc. And the scaling up question I could not answer because I'm lagging behind the schedule. Well, if you can address it in 1 minute. Well, scalability. Do I answer as citizen or as researcher? As committed researcher. As committed researcher. Okay. As junior committed researcher or senior. If you allow me, I think that Julian previously summarized this. Researchers coming from the realm of university, this does not happen in the business world when performed by advisors. We, in our case, are evaluated by the research. And I was at the UB talking about knowledge transfer, and we have the possibility of when we're designing evaluations, we need to be more realistic about what we can do, which is the budget that we have. As researcher, we are a bit limited in what you can publish. And what can we publish? Well, interventions that push the frontier of knowledge. If they do not push the frontier of knowledge, it's really difficult to publish. But that's the response as researcher. As citizen, I would say something else. But the framework is established, and this is one of the frameworks for discussion by Giorgetta, or in the later roundtable, where we need to delimit the frameworks of incentives so that these researches are useful also for public policy. Giorgetta, a pleasure to have you here.
Encantadíssims de tenir-te.
We're really delighted to have you here with us. One of the goals of the research group that you're leading from Criedo is precisely to contribute models, data, tools, and training to school centers and educational centers so that they can tackle the equitable access goals in an evidence-based model. And your model is really well positioned to analyze which are the dynamics of the centers, which is the human capital that they boast, etc.
Aquesta experiència.
Based on this experience and the knowledge that you have harbored, here comes my twofold question. One, what do you think drives an educational center to think, well, there is a win-win for me in research? Which are the 2, 3, 4 key elements? And probably there's plenty more incentives or motivations, but if you can think about 2 or 3 triggers Like, when people realize that this is a need, this is a trigger to drive these schools to approach a research group or project, etc. So if you could highlight those aha moments or those triggers for educational centers. And in addition to the question about motivations or triggers, going back to what I asked Ivan at the beginning, let me ask you, which are the 3 or 4 key elements? I know that there's plenty more, but which are the 3 or 4 basic conditions in terms of organizations, resources, human resources, internal or external supports in education centers, in order to sustain this effort in school centers and they can keep this research effort? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you as well for the kind invitation. It is a pleasure for me to be here, sharing the research that we have been doing within the framework of CRIEDO in the recent years regarding the commitment of school centers and teachers in the use of scientific evidence in practice. So, as you really well mentioned, I'm going to allude to certain projects that we developed, that we have been developing for more than 10 years in the framework of an R&D framework, and also recently in a European research. And the data I'm about to present coincide a lot with what has been presented also before and right here in this roundtable. The use of scientific evidences in practice follows different models, and we have the coexistence of different models of how to bring this dimension of educational practice closer to scientific evidence. And now in Catalonia, we can find all models present that we find internationally. We can find the knowledge transfer and dissemination model that you mentioned, the dissemination of research towards practice or policy making, and the dissemination of research, and how we participate in these kinds of congresses or conferences. But we also find a model of interaction between different stakeholders. The existence of all these models mean that teachers or school centers are more prone to base their practice on scientific evidence. So the model of collaboration is showing better results. We have talked today about co-creation among the different stakeholders. And if you're doing research on research, you can identify this as the model that works better. So we adopted the model of collaboration and co-creation between research and practice or innovation. We understand that any innovation or any educational practice needs to be linked to research. And that's important because sometimes, and this has been mentioned before, you have mentioned that school centers require incentives in order to do something more. And we don't understand this as something extra, but rather an embedded practice already linked to everything that the school centers are doing for any kind of practice and innovation. And the rest of the models work and they have their role to play. And we have been contributing to developing resources for the teachers or the school centers in the other 2 models and working together with the school centers. And in this project, we also had a systemic view because we understand that to intervene in just one element is not enough. So we need to identify which are the elements that make a teacher commit to research, but we need to tackle the individual level, which is related to your first question, and we need to engage also the organizational realm of the school center and the collaboration with the different stakeholders that have a relationship to the educational centers. So this would be the starting point. And now, going deeper into your questions, which would be the triggers that would motivate teachers to make more use of evidences. On this respect, I have brought you some data, some numbers that pretty much reflect the commitment of educational centers vis-a-vis the use of scientific evidence. For example, in the first project that we participated, we sent a survey and we had a response by 487 teachers. And in the second one, we had the participation of 200 teachers. And in the majority of them, most of them said that they were interested in using scientific evidence in the practice. Later on, when we asked whether they truly, in the recent year, they have done something related to evidence-based practices, there was a lower percentage.
And this has allowed us to distribute the sample, if you want to put it this way, in 3 different categories of teachers depending on the level of engagement with evidence. And there is one category of more prompt teachers that we've called them the enthusiasts. And in all the dimensions in which we inquired about, they would display a positive answer. The majority of teachers would be in the category that we called the non-conforming, and those that say that do not use evidence in practice. You might be asking yourselves about the enthusiasts. So the enthusiasts, which in the last year had been using evidence, well, the majority of them, they had a management role. Nonetheless, they would the majority of them came from public schools. Individually, they displayed very high level of trust in research and a very social change-oriented conception of research. So their approach on the benefits of research was focused on the possibility to promote change. It would be the main characteristics. And another key element has to do with the fact that they have a broad experience as teachers, so they are at a professional development stage which could be considered more advanced. Now, if we look at their motivations, we can see here some of the answers obtained. For example, to improve the learning outcomes amongst the students. So their practices are directly related to the improvement of academic outcomes amongst students. The outcome was 4.19 out of 5 because they wanted to promote new practices. So when they kicked off a new project, they wanted the new project to be grounded on evidence. And then another important element related to deepening on theories. This was positively surprising. Sometimes we tend to think that teachers are very focused on the practical dimension of things. So it's good to know that they are willing to improve their knowledge. So, of course, there's a reference to the effort behind, and the majority of respondents referred to lack of time, lack of access to research resources, because many magazines are in English or for a fee, and there's also a reference to the difficulty of dealing with academic language. Going back to the positive side of things, when they used evidence, they would do it not only to improve their practice, but also because they wanted to improve the reputation of the center, or because the educational center had a strategy related to the use of evidence. So for them, it had a certain meaning to go down this line. These 3 categories, and well, we can perhaps have a more If we want to split them by categories, we could speak of benefits, costs, and now going back to data. How can we use data? How can we leverage on data to ensure that teachers use evidence in their task? We need to be aware about the benefits of evidence, and for that we need to work in awareness raising towards this form of approach. We need to make them aware of the benefits of research and evidence, and of course promoting all such benefits. We also have to be aware of the cost behind evidence production and to set up the necessary measures to reduce costs. Not to speak about the importance of raising awareness about the meaning of using evidence for research centers and teachers, and in this sense, responding to the predisposition that some centers display and giving meaning to the previous. This has to do with incentives. And probably incentives should have a more symbolic meaning so that it gains meaning for teachers and for the center, or attaching incentives to teachers' professional development, which is meaningful to us as teachers at all levels. Now, if we look at the second question about organizational conditioners, individual capacities per se are not enough. We need a friendly context or a favorable context. Now looking at the enthusiasts, at early adopters, as you can see, the percentage does not represent the majority, but these are the ones that we want to support. These are the ones we want to leverage on. So if we look, going back to the classification I mentioned before, so enthusiasts came from highly committed centers in all areas of action. So once again, we're going back to the reference of the organizational culture in centers and the evaluation culture that has to be promoted. Enthusiasts displayed high levels of collaboration and trust between colleagues, because of course, if one wants to engage in the use of evidence, one will have to open a dialogue, a frank reflection, joint efforts, and for that, a friendly environment and an environment of trust is necessary. The importance of leadership and a sound management in our centers, in the centers where enthusiasts are the majority, leadership is distributed, so leaders share their power, thus empowering teachers to experience new things and evaluate them. So if I had to summarize and focus on sustainability, I'm not going to focus now on Georgina, if you can conclude, please. Yeah, I'm trying to summarize in a couple of words. I believe we have to formalize the initiatives that shall be part of the center culture and the center strategy, and prioritize this approach, because educational centers are experiencing with different practices. We need to prioritize not only what has to do with the center development, but also putting specific resources and, favoring a favorable environment for teachers to be empowered.
Molt bé, doncs tenim sobre la taula.
Amazing, thank you very much. So, quite a long list of ingredients in the recipe. And, well, we have 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes to discuss and debate with the audience. We have wireless mics, so please do not hesitate to ask your questions. First of all, thank you very much for all the presentations. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ramon Pujada, Tuareg organization in Catalonia. My PhD was on the situation of children with Tourette syndrome. I could not agree more with Ivan. I've been a teacher in secondary education for 40 years, and everything you've said is just true. So what I would like to say is that unanimously, both in primary and in secondary education, teachers complain about not having obtained specific information about the most frequent behavior differences, not only in the field of Tourette, but also other conditions, and the list could go on for quite long. So what they ask is to ensure that in university curricula and in long life learning mechanisms, because of course, as you know, secondary education is the most complex one, so they would request to include information on this field and to be able to send early warning alerts to approach such conditions at an early stage. In fact, this is relatively easily to implement. So I just wanted to ask if you know how to include in the curricula this type of information. We are working in different faculties, like in Barcelona's faculty, to knock on the door of other faculties in UAV, Blanquerna, Vic, Lleida, etc. So again, thanks for your attention. If you're interested in Tourette, please visit our website. Thank you. Any more questions? Here. Hello, my name is Edgar and I'm a teacher in UAB, Faculty of Education. First of all, I would like to say thanks a million. Thanks for this amazing session of lectures. I am a teacher also at the Secondary Education Masters. I wish my students were here. My question is for Ivan and Georgetta. I am also a researcher in the field of primary and secondary education. When you refer to Innovamat as a success story, and you, Georgetta, said that there's a group of motivated teachers, enthusiasts, I think there's a certain tension in the development of products or services like Innovamat and how to bring innovation to schools. And the tension is, what about creativity or the co-creation process that many teachers have led? Or to put it differently, how can we combine baseline research initiatives with more like horizontal or outside initiatives? Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Mauro from the University of Valencia. First, thank you very much for having organized this session. And I would like to thank all the speakers for the very thought-provoking presentations. I have a remark regarding Ivan's presentation. Well, you've raised ideas that could be transferred into 5 PhD theses. So we have to avoid promoting policies based on intuition and focus on evidence. This is one step that we shall start implementing. I guess that we're going to be dealing with this topic in the third panel, how institutions focus on or have to start focusing on evidence now. Regarding Jennifer's presentation, thank you very much. What a very interesting presentation. I have a comment. Schools, what happens with the schools that are left behind control groups? If ex ante you don't know if an intervention is going to be successful or not, well, the school that is left behind might have been the lucky one. Not all the interventions are going to be positive ex ante. We don't know it. Of course, we have some experiences in Catalonia with, for example, program to distribute a laptop by a student, which was a failure. So, yeah, what I conclude out of this presentation is that we need an institutional evaluation structure at the long run with a sound budget behind. And as it has been said before, we need an institution with a permanent budget that allows us to develop human capital and which is not dependent on the grants as researchers might obtain or not. So I guess this is going to be the topic of the third panel. I believe there is no doubt that we have to go one step forward. There's Evalua, which is limited, and no other agency that can have an in-depth approach on the field. Thank you, Mauro. There is another question in the back of the room. My name is Neusan Martí from UAV, and I have a recurrent question. When we speak about evidence and evaluation, not easy. It depends on so many variables. There's been a few examples, the one-by-one program or InnovaMath. But if I focus on a statistical research, I will get one outcome. But what does this depend? I mean, what does success depend on? You know what I mean? In some centers it works, in others it doesn't. So I don't know if I'm making myself clear. For me, what really matters is what do things depend on and why. This is what Georgetta was mentioning, right? Otherwise, if we only focus on I never trust evaluations that only focus on a couple of parameters. So I believe we have a challenge, and of course this makes things difficult. You know, working with the ecosystem is not an easy task. And for me, this is an interesting point to take into account when it comes to thinking about education and research. And, well, okay, thank you, Niels. One last question. Hello, my name is Martí Ramos, and I'm a social educator. I work in the implementation of EDERA, Fundació. I'm in direct contact with education centers, and I have a question because we have led a research center in partnership with a long list of high schools. We really believe in the project, and we have been confronted with the fact that education centers are always so tense that they don't want to, increase their work burden, even if it's a positive project. The first answer is always no. Unless you have a very enthusiastic tutor or teachers, it's very difficult to include new research projects into schools, and we've been surprised by the case of centers that really need research, and the answer is no, because they are overburdened. So if we don't have a master's teacher inside the school, could we not rethink about the possibility of disseminating the research benefits so that we don't have to go over it once and again every time, so that there is a first recognition of how participating in research will improve their quality of life and the capacity to work with their students. And now the very last question in 10 seconds, please. 29 seconds left. My name is María del Mar Echevarría from EDP ICE, the Institute of... No, we haven't talked much about ICEs, the institutes of education within the system or the ecosystem. I believe the Department of Education has an opportunity, and also it is important to define the characteristics, what is going to work, what is not going to work, what is understandable, what is not understandable.
In order to adapt the methodologies and the surveys, etc., for the research, and it is a way to detect the different needs. I agree with the director or the president of the Tourette's syndrome. This is really well detected in the curricula. We need to structurally incorporate that. I know that it's really difficult to translate that into practice, but it needs to be embedded. Inclusion, attention to diversity cannot be that you leave school without having tools in order to give an educational response to diverse students. And we also have an open opportunity to become like an one-stop place in order to perform all the research. Well, we are outside the timing, but in order to close it, because we cannot provide with answers, detailed answers to all the questions which require a lot of substance, let's do the following. Let's just do like last round of interventions, and in 1 minute, I hope that you can catch the basic elements of the first reactions. And maybe you can respond to some of the questions, and that way we can close this round of last interventions as a reaction. I'm going to answer the question from Tourette's Association and the other colleague over there. The initial induction training for primary and secondary teachers, and I've participated in both, doesn't leave them happy. They are not happy with the induction training they receive. And we can find root causes and ideas, and is it not some trainers who train the trainers? We can talk about the different causes, but it would be worth researching what's going on, because if after 4 years and a master's degree they don't feel ready to go to the schoolroom, something is failing. So we need to reflect. And some vacancies are missing, because if they do the master's at the University of I don't know where, which is not the Catalan school system, they're not ready to be prepared. The masters that we hold in the universities in Catalonia, I think that generates a lot of quality in the teaching. I participate in the master's degree at Bofill Foundation. We are all active teachers, or have been. There's some retired teachers, and I give a lot of value to our master's degree. And to the researcher fellow over there, I believe that what we need to do is to provide and accompany. You need to provide with models, examples of how to do things, or of how it has been working in a certain context. But as a researcher, as Neus mentioned, you need to understand why it did work in some context. Because this is a different context to a company, means to translate into material and to select the teachers that use Novamat, do not conduct all the activities, and they modify them. And they have some data which are not in Novamac, but which are really effective. So in Novamed has its lacks. No method is perfect. But if you accompany it with the implementation and you give examples and you accompany and you coach, that's when the centers feel empowered. And there's many projects for curricular innovation and materials. And I think that the coaching and the accompaniment is key. Not just giving the tools, but to be side by side to accompany when entering the schoolroom. And you need to have time. Otherwise, how do you do that? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Let me expand on the comment from Martí and some other reflections that have come up. I believe that the time variable is really important. When we address the centers, it's not just the timing, but the calendar. We have 3 months to redesign the implementation, which means that it's difficult to do networking and to accompany and to foster complicity. As regards what Neus was mentioning, it's really important to customize and to treat the stakeholder in a customized manner so that they feel as part of the global project. And that requires time. It's true that centers are overloaded. You cannot present a proposal by September because without the complicity and the engagement of the faculty, there is nothing to do. So we need to accompany in order to overcome the resistance. I coincide with the user-friendly perception. I think that what's necessary is to spend time at the beginning and to accompany. And to me, it's also important to systematize the evaluation, and because you need to explain the systematization and the what happens after, because this is really motivational for centers so that they don't just stay with the initial evaluation. I'm going to start with your question, the professor from Valencia. Recently, all the experiments that we want to conduct, all the treatments that we want to introduce need to go through an ethics code committee. The ethics code committee has a difficult time to see that the treatment, well, they need to make sure that this is not going to generate any damage. So it's really difficult to incentivize the control schools what's going to happen because we don't know what's going to happen. And we have backing research saying that possibly there's going to be positive results and there might not be those results if you're a control schools. Sometimes we find positive results, sometimes neutral results, and sometimes negative results and outcomes. But when we do research, I don't know about the rest of the disciplines, but in terms of economy, it's important to identify the causal effect of the treatment and to identify the mechanisms why the outcome is positive or negative. The outcome of a research merely identifying the impact of the treatment is going to be faulty, and you're not going to publish anything. So the analysis of mechanisms that comes from our discipline is incorporated. An evaluation merely measuring the impact but not the mechanisms is not going to be helpful. And I agree with your intervention, the fact that sometimes we are lacking interdisciplinarity and to learn from what's going on in the institutes of education, because sometimes economists are very egocentristic. And one of the evaluations which has been the most fruitful for me was when we had social psychologists in charge of the design, and we were designing rather the evaluation. But yeah, I think it's important to achieve more communication and interdisciplinarity. And when that happens, it's really positive for the evaluation. Thank you. To wrap up, Georgetta. Well, between Edgar and Neus' questions and the colleague talking about research, I would go back to highlight the word prioritization, because we need to standardize the projects that come from systemic initiative or own initiatives. So maybe the key word is what to prioritize. And also, regardless of the project, the teachers need to participate, and it needs to be evidence-based. So to do a proper planning and good prioritization is really important, so that you can know what works, and so that we can prioritize the projects which are relevant for the development strategy at the center. And if we talk about the development, how can we do? Because teachers find themselves in a situation, and sometimes they are engaged in different projects, and maybe the research part might not be the most appealing part. So I believe that one possible solution is to link the usage of evidences with the professional development of the teachers and the organizational development. And by doing that, they are engaged and embedded in both projects and processes. And I would like to highlight also the role of the intermediary stakeholders that can facilitate. And maybe for the teacher, is not necessary to research, but rather to be part of, or to be part of control or experimental groups, but rather to have a challenging, questioning attitude steered towards his or her own professional development as teachers. Unfortunately, we need to wrap up. And I would like to thank the participants of the roundtable for these fantastic contributions.
Parlar o no? Sí? Sí. Omplo una miqueta aquest buit simplement per dir...
I'm just going to fill this gap by saying that maybe we were not at the trenches, but at the basis of the practice and everything that can happen and everything that we can do from the basis of the educational practice. And now we're going to give the floor to the perspective of the educational administration of different levels, which is the stakeholder that needs to place the framework so that everything is sustainable. And we are launching many different homework because, well, researchers and practitioners need to be establishing a dialogue with a common language and in synchronicity. So the timing is really important. So we're launching homework on how to stabilize the networks of co-creation and how to establish mechanisms in order to prioritize themes and subjects which are relevant. We didn't do it in the Netherlands way, but we did it in our own way. But which are the budgets and the structures, and that affects the research and budget for research, but also for the people who need to implement that research, and the school centers and the entities, and which are the incentives that we can conduct for research, and how to implement it, and how to request it, and how to disseminate it. And the idea of multi-method and by sedimentation, this has come up. We have talked about experimental evaluation, but also other kinds of evaluations, and the need to have cross-training so that from research we can have training and awareness raising on education and vice versa, so that also educators are bestowed with certain tools on research and how to commission that and how to distribute it, and then the timing adjustment. And that requires generosity by both parties or by all stakeholders just to be realistic from a standpoint of educational policies and school centers, for several years we have not been evaluating, so maybe we can wait for 1 year to find out which are the outcomes of what we're doing. And then, on the other hand, the paces of academic production could be accelerated when we're talking about potential positive impacts, which are key for policy making. Everyone is ready, so please come up on stage.
Gracias, sí. Gracias, Miguel Ángel.
Thank you very much, Miguel Angel. Fantastic for bridging this gap, because this acts as a segue into the second session, which is now going to focus on from research to educational policies and what we're going to ask ourselves. Let me make the most to say that this session is going to be made in Spanish. From Madrid, we have Ana and Esther, whom I am going to introduce briefly. And as we have some technical problems for simultaneous interpretation, because there is a delay, we have tried to solve it, but it was not possible. We're going to hold this session in Spanish, and that way we're going to hold a conversation among all of us and the public. Miguel Angel has put on the table several elements that need to be part, or some of the ingredients that need to be articulated in order to build a true ecosystem linking research and knowledge and evaluation with the improvement of policies. So when we see the examples that we saw at the beginning of many different countries with a long trajectory, we said, look, well, it's fantastic, 230 million, 18 million. Wow, that's a huge amount of money, and many different mechanisms that try to articulate the link between research and educational improvement at the time of building, dissemination, and transfer. We are far away from that, but it's also true that in the recent years, that need is on the table, and I think that progressively the educational administration is realizing that we have really important challenges, that we have knowledge and research that we're not using, and that we have needs that we're improvising on, and we need to find ways in which to link this. And we asked ourselves about the role of administration in the promotion of that ecosystem, or the policies that make it possible for us to talk about an innovation system linking policies, research, and education. And there are some precedents that are really useful. The challenge has to do with having those incipient policies become consolidated and strengthened. And in this first part of the session, we're going to ask ourselves about what we're doing and what we're learning in each and every one of them. And I'm going to talk about the three perspectives. And thirdly, we're going to ask about the next steps. How can we render these policies sustainable, knowing that this is not built overnight, but you need to start consolidating? This is the challenge of this roundtable, which is the role of the administration. And we have three levels of the administration that have achieved three pioneering initiatives or three approaches. We have the Ministry for Inclusion, and now I'm going to introduce Ana Isabel Guzman de Torres, Deputy Director for Inclusion Policies from the Ministry for Inclusion, Social Security and Migrations, and Ms. Esther Maria Perez Quintana from the same ministry. The Ministry for Inclusion launched a pioneering initiative making the most of some next generation European funds in order to allocate approximately 200 million euros to the evaluation of interventions, or of promising interventions, or interventions that could strengthen the introduction of minimum wages in their families. So 34 itineraries have been funded, and this is a policy which is completely innovative in our country, because it's not pay to implement, but pay in order for it to be implemented, but especially for it to be evaluated with high quality standards that allow you to identify the impact of the interventions, and then which are the design conditions for whom and in what manner. with a purpose, we hope, to have this knowledge designed, applied for the design of better interventions. And Ana Isabel is going to be talking. Having explained the pioneering character of this policy, here goes my question. Which have been the main challenges? What have you learned? What made it possible for you to apply this? Because there are some bottlenecks or obstacles or challenges at different fronts which render it difficult to introduce evaluation policies, but which have been identified as the key elements and which are the main levers that would allow you to move forward.
Ana Isabel. Ahora.
Solo por confirmar que me escucháis bien.
Sí.
Sí, pues nada, muchas gracias por vuestra.
Thank you very much for your very kind presentation. So when you speak about the main challenges, there is a long list of them, yet I don't want to focus only on problems, and I would like to share with you that all challenges have been improvement tools to take decisions to make things run smooth. So yeah, sometimes things are difficult, but we've been able to manage and deal with difficulty. Now, it could be said that we had an initial difficulty in the development of the program. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the initial challenges and some specific challenges in the implementation of the 34 pillars to which you referred. Now, elaborating on the previous speaker's remarks and all the problems that have been identified in the ministry, we have to deal with 34 pilot projects with all the difficulties this entails. Now, regarding the initial challenges, we have used the relevant legal tools, the articulation through the concession of direct grants. We know that the tool is rigid somehow, yet it's the one that has allowed us to operate. So it's double-folded. The bill, the public procurement bill, has many, many challenges, yet it's also a source of equality. Without this tool, nothing would have been possible. This is the tool, this is the main challenge, and then there are the different agents. We know that there are many involved agents, the ministry, the Secretary General of Inclusion, and the counterparts with whom we are implementing the 34 pilot projects, a research group working in the ministry, the ethics committee, and of course you have to multiply this by 24 so that you can grasp the difficulty. In a project with so many actors involved, it's indeed important to overcome difficulties and to identify decision-making processes in the design or evaluation of actions, and this applies to all projects, generally speaking. Now, the tool that has been used in order to coordinate the different actors in the pilot. Now, regarding the different common difficulties to the 34 projects, when we speak about experiencing in an ACT, we have to understand that homogeneity is the best option in treatment, in actors, etc. And in this sense, the policy lab is heterogeneous by design, so this entails an extra difficulty in the different stages of each project. Now, when it comes to design, the basal population, beneficiaries of universal grants and other groups, other social groups at risk of social exclusion. So the challenge here comes at designing the engagement policies at different levels. In the previous panel, the debate on educational project was very interesting, and once we have designed the schools, the students, mentors, teachers, but in other projects, it's not necessarily the case. The 34 projects I mentioned include many other dimensions beyond education, such as employment, digitalization, homelessness, social inclusion, amongst others. So we've had to come up with an engagement strategy centered on the intervention and, of course, the importance of informed consent. In the case of informed consent, we need to find the right balance between the information, the relevant information that participants shall be acquainted with without generating too much contamination. Now, when it comes to recruitment, the third challenge we identified in this specific block has to do with data management. Many agents in the policy sector, different counterparts with different levels of skills in data management. In the case of questionnaires, the same applies. In the General Secretariat, we had to define homogeneous criteria considering the heterogeneity of the different projects. And the specificities of employment-related projects, not to speak about the difficulty, the inherent difficulty of implementing actions in the ground. So how do we overcome the challenges we face, even if we have tried to anticipate to the different potential problems, more unexpected problems happen, and we need to find a right balance between the intervention and research. Now, all these elements are to be considered difficulties, yet they have been also a source of enrichment, working with so many different stakeholders, with so many different knowledge levels. So from my side, this would be the main challenge that we have had to face, coordinating the different stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you very much. And there are two other relevant challenges. Funding. We haven't raised funding yet, and we need to find the relevant mechanism so that we do not impede innovation. And then governance, as you said, the multi-actor and multi-administration governance mechanism. But in any case, this is a clear example of a policy in which the learning process has been accelerated. If you had had time to design it, probably you would still be in process of designing it. So thanks for being bold, and thanks for your willingness to learn fast. A very good first step for a future policy. Let's move to a very different example. Juan Cuevas, he's the Director of Innovation in the Department of Education. In the Education Department, you've taken a different approach, focused on a research plan, an ambitious plan that will set the agenda for the next few years with different stakeholders, academia, the public administration. The project has identified the axis upon which to articulate policies in this field in the next years. So after having been capable of designing such plan, what are the main strengths and weaknesses spotted in the plan, in the system? And what are the main levers, the main key levers, the first steps that will have to be given if we want this initiative, which has been, to my understanding, a source of joy. Well, if we really want this initiative to be the pillar for a more robust policy that will allow us to develop a more robust ecosystem in Catalonia. First, I would like to underline the purpose of the project we have started now, so that you can later understand about the levers you were asking for. So we have designed a double purpose. We want to take sound decision at 3 levels: school, classroom, and system, educational system at large. And we believe, and in fact UNESCO points at this as one of the key pillars to improve educational systems, we believe that that improving in evidence production is probably a way to improve resources management, so in order to take sound decisions and reach a largest impact, and also to improve research in education. Here I would like to echo or replicate an historical policy here in Catalonia in the area of research, not only in education, but also in other domains, which is trying to scale up programs. Catalonia does not precisely fund its research, but we have been capable to capture international investments, and I believe we need to try and replicate this policy. The reason why this call, this tender, has already included 2 grants of 300 million euros has been designed because, you know, dropout rates are very high and the use of Catalan is very low, and we have to improve the curriculum of our teachers so that they can have access to international funding. So we look for this multiplying effect because we know that we're not going to beat other countries in terms of funding. So this is the approach we have taken. What are the main levers and how are we trying to move forward? Well, for us, it is important to focus on improving the system at large and not only tiny parts of the system. We want to do a leap forward, and in this leap forward, we will find governance challenges, funding problems, you know, launching a tender with a strategic approach that is embraced by different stakeholders is not an easy task. Setting up institutions that contribute to improving data production is not easy. So we have an immense task ahead. We have to share the diagnosis and we have to share the definition of the measures that we'll have to boost. We have identified 4 main levers and we are working to include different measures that might potentially help to overcome bottlenecks.
Hemos hecho hasta ahora una diagnosis con 100 personas del sector que compartimos y hemos mejorado.
Well, we have carried out a diagnosis in a seminar with 400 participants. We have also prepared a conference or hosted a conference on education research, which has been a forum to raise specific questions. And we are now in the process of setting up a commission with 7 professionals that will be in charge of drafting the plan with a second layer of 7. And this will have to be legitimated and it will have to last for more than one mandate. So we have tried and include people from different parties, etc. What are the main four levers? Well, funding, promotion, data. Many of the researchers told us that funding is important, but first we need to solve all challenges in the field of data. The third lever has to do with transfer, bilateral transfer, and evaluation, not only in the field of design of new public policies. There is a clear lack of consideration in terms of evidence, and this is indeed very important. I'm going to close here.
Sí que hay una importante demanda por parte de docentes y centros educativos con el tema de las evidencias. Las formaciones impulsadas.
All training promoted by the Department of Education or third parties, the ones that have been more successful, include the concept evidence in their title, both in the vocational training and in compulsory education. Now, there is a great deal of demand. Then there is another element, which is what Ivan raised. It has to be in under certain conditions, and we need to bear in mind that the education system is overburdened and tensioned, yet there is a significant demand in this field. Thank you very much. My apologies. Let me repeat your position. You are DG for Innovation, Digitalization, Curriculum, and Languages. Quite a lot on your dish. So the importance of enhancing and boosting skills in the system to include evidence and data. What are the key conditions or the best possible conditions in educational centers, right? This is yet another relevant point to raise. I believe Marta will raise it. Marta Sabat is the lead of the data analysis unit of the Barcelona Consortium of Education. We have invited her because the consortium has a knowledge unit working hand in hand with researchers in planning, design, and evaluation.
Imaginar cuál sería una política del futuro, ¿no? Pensamos, por ejemplo, en temas de segregación escolar, que nos consta que habéis trabajado con algunos equipos, en temas de
school segregation, early school dropout, and the question I have for you would be, how do you use knowledge in consortium? What is the model, the process? What internal capacities has the consortium had to develop in order to work incorporating knowledge, etc.? And what is it that allows you to keep such skills in-house? Thank you very much, Monica, and thank you very much to all of you for being here. It sounds weird to speak in Spanish with you, but I'll do my best. Well, it's good to have our colleagues from Madrid that remind us that we have to speak in Spanish. The consortium today is an organization that works on the grounds of evidence, and I will try to tell you more about how this has been working. Probably these are the same levers as Joan mentioned. Funding, in our case, has to do with prioritizing funding. It also has to do with focusing on data. and about how to build, develop data and ensure that this data is coherent, they are high quality, and they are accessible. And the two last topics, transfer and evaluation. I would like to share with you a framed narrative, a contextualized narrative. In our case, the Education Consortium is a quite peculiar organization because it hosts the Catalan government and the Barcelona City Council. So we have more funding, more framed knowledge because we're close to the local, and we are twice as autonomous as others. And thanks to these ingredients, we have been able to become a quite pioneer organization in terms of evidence-based knowledge and systematization. And I believe this has to do with one first lever, the creation in 2017 of a unit, the UCDP, the Unit on Information and Data, that coincides with the creation of the RALC here in Catalonia, which was a milestone. Before RALC, there was nothing out there. With Michelangelo, we tried to promote a first research. Marta, what is a RALC for those who don't know it? The register, the General Register of Students of Catalonia. And actually, we have an identifier which has been operative since 2017. In the past, it was very difficult to carry out longitudinal studies with figures by student, and thanks to this database, we have now a system that allows us to articulate a data governance model. And these are two elements that have somehow contributed to the architecture of our data governance model, IDALO, and the rest of the data architecture. I would like to open, policies are promoted by people, and in the case of the consortium, we have a manager, Marce Massa. She likes Excel sheets and not Word documents, and we know it's true. If you want to speak to her, you better bring data with you, otherwise she takes no decisions. Montse Gimon, who is the chief of the educational actions, someone who was somehow a leader of the digital administration. And then there is another key actor, Jordi Serra, PhD in documental systems, data architecture, and yeah, he is like a brilliant mind, and he knows about data architecture. And this was the case in 2017. As of 2019, Marta Comas joined us. Those who know me will know that I worked in Fundació Bofill, and in university I have 2 DNAs. And all this has been aligned. This is framed knowledge. In what context was this possible? Well, in this context, an organization that allows us to align things, and, UCDP was created in 2017. This is this data-driven organization that entails a change of paradigm. We came up with a database, and many of the procedures were systematized, schooling, the unified call of innovation programs, amongst many others, such as inclusive schooling techniques. So the system produces data, and enough data for us to interpret them. And here is when the unit of research, which is the one I chair, allowed us to frame the research. I believe this to be very important. And this would be the following lever. From 2020, we started a systematization process on the grounds of all this data that gave us the relevant context. We also developed an action model in research to promote our in-house research in partnership also with research centers, and we also respond to outside demand with support, universities, and then there's a third lever. This one has to do with funding and methodology. The Pro-AVA program led by the Department of Economy with the methodological support of Evalua. It is a very interesting and important funding line that has promoted 3 calls. We have been part in the 3 of them. Actually, we have been the winners of the 3 calls. The first one was to evaluate the plan against segregation. We learned how to work on the basis of all this evidence. The last call was also finished last week. Laia executed or implemented it. Xavi Bonal was the lead investigator or researcher, and all this has promoted a culture of evidence. And now in the 3rd line that is being tendered in January about the school dropout. And all this evidence is very useful to develop a work style that has no way back. So if you can have a look to the website in the consortium, you'll see that we have published around 30, I think 29 or 30 reports about the policies I mentioned before. There's Jordi from Peratarres in the room. We have also carried out an evaluation with the University of Girona about the impact of the exit program. So we work on triangles with the participation of the research team, also us orienting the research to respond to our needs, to our question marks. We're not speaking about basic research, but applied research. And we're working also to support those in the business. You know, in all this research, we set up a very engaged team, which is co-creating design, implementation, and the outcomes of research with business leaders, data units representatives, myself, and the research team.
Marta, porque es un buen ejemplo, ¿no? Es decir, te pones a andar y cada vez llega un momento que...
So yes, at some point you cannot make decisions without priorly analyzing everything and analyzing the data. It's the so-called Excel sheet culture, which is interesting. Esther Maria Pérez Quintana is Deputy Director of Policies for Inclusion at the Ministry for Inclusion. So it's your turn to answer to the second part, about to conclude the project. And without detriment to the final results, which need to be the next steps to undertake? How do you transfer? How do you foresee it? Is it going to be like an intensive learning process on how to do this part of a process? This is one question, and the other one has to do with the following. How can this experience be useful in order to consolidate a way of working? There is a risk that this can be like a one-shot thing. Money arrives in order to do something unprecedented, which is spectacular, which made the ministry learn a lot, and for social organizations to learn a lot. But maybe it can be like a one-shot thing. So how do you foresee that you can consolidate this policy under this framework or possible frameworks in the future? Well, good morning. I hope that you can hear me well, because I've had a problem with the microphone and I'm using the microphone of the computer. Well, it's not too clear. There's no way to solve it. I had a problem this morning, and this is the only alternative. So if it's feasible, yeah, if you talk slowly, I believe that it might be possible. Okay, I'll try. And apologies, and thank you for bearing with the bad sound. I would like to thank the Foundation for participating here. We have an idea on the steps to undertake for the continuity of this public policy, But the truth is that currently, out of the 34 pilot projects, some of them have finished and some of them are about to be finished. So what we need to do is to wait for the results of the evaluations. These evaluations are going to be ready as of March 2024. And it's like that because it is precisely in this month where we need to be committed to the recovery plan. And we hope that these evaluations are going to allow us to identify which are the interventions that have proven to be more efficient for inclusivity of people. But as a result of this process, we're going to obtain really important information regarding procedures and the execution of interventions, which is going to allow us to achieve continuity of this lab in the future. It is important to bear in mind that it's the first time that we set in motion a project like this in different territories. And the way in which we execute it has been different. And it has been streamlined or dictated by the specificities and the specific needs of the different territories. So in addition to the agreement, this information on the process is going to be extremely relevant for the development of those interventions in the future. As regards what you mentioned, whether or not this is a one-shot attempt, this lab, or whether there's going to be continuity, the answer is that there is going to be continuity. From our institution, we don't conceive this as an isolated one-off initiative, but rather the start of a change in the actions of the general administration of the state, the initiation of the integration of evidence in the definition and the implementation of public policies. A very important element that we have identified for the continuity of this project is the know-how that we have generated in the territory. To the extent we know, previously, no experimental evaluations have been conducted in the educational realm or social realm in the social inclusion field. And based on the information provided by the autonomous communities and the third sector, is that in spite of the fact that it has been a complex project, these entities, the public administrations, were really happy with participating in this project and with the knowledge that they have acquired throughout the process. That's why we believe that we cannot rule out that in the future the regional institutions can also launch similar initiatives to this laboratory. And in order to highlight the relevant points of these initiatives in the future, firstly, I would like to launch a general reflection. And we think that public institutions need to integrate or embed evaluations in their daily practice. And the outsourcing is a great key. But we, as a result of this project, we have learned that the public administration needs to be bestowed with an evaluation capacity, which means that it needs to be bestowed with the necessary human resources, with the necessary training and skills in order to conduct the evaluation of the public policies. And secondly, and I believe that this is going to be quite obvious for you, for these type of initiatives to continue, it is necessary to allocate the necessary economic resources. As you know, in the recovery plan, there is an initiation and ending date. And this funding is not going to return to the member states. But when we analyze the possible funding sources that would allow for the scale-up, we keep an eye on the cohesion funds. We believe that this offers a good opportunity in order to scale it up. And in that sense, I would like to highlight specifically the social fund for you to know it. This specific fund has an obligation to allocate at least 25% of the resources in social inclusion. So we believe that we keep an eye on that because we believe it's essential in order to shed light to these kinds of initiatives. Thank you very much. One idea that you share with Marta is that the administration needs to be bestowed with internal resources. It's not about outsourcing. We need to work together between evaluators, addressees, and the public administration. And the second important point is that the intention by the government is to leverage this knowledge in order to achieve further funding after the recovery funds are over. Juan, the question is similar. Which are the capacities that need to be developed by the administration and the department per se? And how should it contribute as administration so that the usage of data and administration can also reach some other sectors, not just the administration and central areas, but also inspection, school centers, and local administrations. Now that we have guaranteed the sharing of data on trajectory, how can we strengthen the capacity of local administration in order to do a usage which is targeting the usage in education? What does the department need to do in addition to this plan in order to generate the capacities for other stakeholders to deploy their activities? I'm going to try to highlight 4 or 5 of the measures that we have identified as key. Even though something that we're finding is that some of the measures or the way in which certain measures are developed in order to take the necessary leap are different from the ones that we need to do in order to maintain the fostering of the educational research. And the early question is whether the funding of educational research needs to be guided methodologically. And one of the conclusions is that in order to take that leap at the beginning, an important part of the funding needs to be thematically and methodologically guided, because that's a way in which we can generate capacities among the researchers in order to gain access to international funding, as I mentioned before. It's a very sensitive issue which requires good work by all of them, but the first thing is the commitment to have a call for proposal in order to have periodic subsidies by the Ministry of Education. And I believe that this is going to allow us to do this, to take this leap. And later on, it's going to be necessary to foster that more openly. So one is periodic funding, and this is a commitment that we have acquired and which is going to be part of the educational research program. And the second one, which entices a lot of discussion, is whether there should be co-created shared public policy regarding the most important sources of concern. And there is a hot discussion going on among the different stakeholders. Our position is that, especially at the beginning, there needs to be an agenda, but which needs to be co-created and periodically rethought. It's important to have an agenda which is co-created, especially with the municipalities and regional governments, who are also boosting small participations, but sometimes we don't share the results. So we believe that there is a scope for improvement, and we're seeking for the best mechanism possible in order to discuss our agenda. And what we find in many groups of investigation is that there is no door that they can knock on. I want to research on reading comprehension, for example, and I would like to know which is the challenge or the problem that you see from the Department of Education in order to define our research. we're not giving a response to that. This is one of the topics we're discussing. Another important topic which needs to be part of a research program is which is the institutional ecosystem, especially the public one. And in that sense, we could start arguing, but it's important to strike an agreement. We have Cibago, which is the Institute for Policies in Catalonia, where we're reaching an agreement in order to have a more specialized group in education so that we can boost researches like this. And we are reaching an agreement in order to evaluate the Sensata program impacts in order to be able to evaluate the impact it has on students and teachers. And we also have the Superior Council for Education, which needs to evolve to the evaluation agency, and we need to know which is going to be the role of that agency. But also on the table we have the proposal by different universities to do research center, and we need to define which is the role of the institution, and obviously the role of the universities and the inspection department of education claiming its own rightful place also in the system, and the different administrations. As regards the data, as you can imagine, this is a key element, and here we think that we need some space for data governance, and we're learning that in health and universities, the way in which we tackle the data challenges is with a unit engaging all the administrations. Why is it important? Because the current legislation does not preclude or prohibit, but it does not facilitate anything. And if you have any problem, that's when the legal department is going to tell you, when in doubt, don't. And that's the historical point that we're following. And when there is a negative legal report, it's really difficult to bring it forward, and that's probably the most important challenge lever that we need to make use of. And the other one has to do with how to guarantee the arrival of evidences in order to be used as an input for decision making. And at the level of school centers, there is a lot of scope for improvement in how the basic competences results are analyzed, and how this is taken on as a basis for the work, and we're working on that. Regarding the design of public policies and following the Sensei program, we're truly convinced that there's scope for improvement in how new programs are streamlined, because we have the tendency to do like cozy tuning, like now I'm going to place some wings here and some labels, some stickers, and you don't know exactly what you have in your hand and which is the purpose. So if you don't have a clear view of the education policy program, how can you evaluate it? So there's scope for improvement. And where we harbor doubts is, do we need to protocol? When we boost our policy, do we need to oblige to provide with an evidence report, or is it going to render everything more cumbersome? Do we need to improve the evidence gathering for decision makers? Do we need to build capacity? So those are the measures. Okay, that was it. Yeah, but we're lagging behind the schedule. And Marta, I'm going to ask you to cut it brief. The question is a bit similar to the one that we asked to Joan. In your case, you're a department and a local department, and you're working in the realm of the city of Barcelona. So here goes my question. To what extent can the consortium foster a change in the organizational culture of school centers in order to do an informed use of evidences and data so that they can make proper, sound decisions on which interventions can foster better improvement and how to interpret the data on basic competences? how much leadership can you execute regarding the capacity building of these stakeholders that can be benefited from the evidences? I would frame my answer in an intermediate layer of government, which is between the administration, the decision makers, and the centers. At the consortium, we have 400 people, and we have streamlined a program which is called From Point to Point. You're one of the 400 points, and on a monthly basis, we develop transfer sessions because these 400 points are the technicians in the educational centers in territorial coordination, educational inspection, carrying out everything that has to do with maintenance, apps, CRPs, etc., etc. And in Barcelona, we have 400 points, and these are the ones that are already working on an evidenced level. And then we also have the centers. But it's important to highlight the layer of technicians with smart capacity and capacity to make decisions. We should not imagine that policies trickle down from the top-down approach automatically. There is an intermediate layer of people who think, who adjust, who accompany the centers, etc., etc. So this goes back to the subject of data and technology in favor of this data-driven culture. And I believe that this has been like our differentiating factor, the fact that the ICT teams have done an application which is the so-called Center in a Pocket, and they were awarded a Youthful Talent Award, which means that you can keep in your mobile phone, you can have a meeting with a school center who is complaining because, I don't know, because this is a bottleneck of enrollment, and you can download this application and say, look, this is not the way it crumbles. Let's take a look at the vulnerable population percentage in your area, in your center. And we do this kind of zoom in, and we strike a conversation. In the school center, in the educational area, we foster this appropriation of data and the interpretation of data with the accompaniment. If you have the center in the pocket, this app, you'll learn how to use it because it's very user-friendly. So we're moving forward. We're making headway in that sense. What I would also like to mention is that in the data fabrication, we need to look for key performance indicators and key data. And to us, it was a key learning to be part of this institute, municipal institutes, the IRMB, the Metropolis Institute, where you can find the Institute for Children, that generates the great set of indicators from 0 to 17, and we're part of that set of indicators, and we hold periodic meetings together with health colleagues, and we're generating this data governance, trying to have the appropriate application. So firstly, in order to reach the culture of the data and data-driven and evidence-driven decision-making, in order to move forward, you need to have useful tools that you can keep in your pocket so that they're part of your work. And then a second lever in this sequence was the following. Evidences have built up a storytelling, a narrative. The fight against segregation, if it is backed by evidence, it has modified how you understand this topic. For example, in the sector of public-private schools, which were living pretty well without schooling this kinds of students, but then as a result of the shock plan and the reservation of vacancies, they're schooling children with more difficulties or with higher socioeconomic vulnerabilities. Even the families of those centers, if you move from having an individual interest to the general interest, it fosters an exercise which is based on the data. Data accompany you in this evaluation. Your school has this profile, this social cultural profile of the families. The city boasts this other profile. So to do this zoom in and zoom out, and to accompany the people standing closer to the field and to bring them closer to the higher perspective helps you accompany these kinds of policies, which are for the sake of the common good, which are oftentimes generating tensions in the individual good. So in order to exercise this greater good policies, it's really important to rely on data to accompany the inclusion themes. And if you allow me for 1 minute to talk about the challenge, I agree that the challenge will be is to evaluate in advance an ex ante analysis to try to look for evidences and prospective evidences before throwing the ball to the field. At the consortium, we say that we're really proactive and we throw the ball at the field. We play and then we take a look at the game, and then the evaluation comes in order to evaluate that policy. The policy that was based with a really thought through intuition. I would not like it to be too polarizing between evidences or occurrences. Not always, if we don't have all evidences, are we ingenuous or have ingenuity because we have a lot of information and a lot of context. Our decision makers are not coming from zero ground. Their intuitions are really well informed, but the challenge is always time for research, time for evaluation, which is a long time, and whereas political timings are short. And in this gap, we need to fill in our projects and our researches and our data-driven culture, and to accompany that. If this is structural, it's easier because then it's going to be part of the cycles, and I think that we have earned a lot. Thank you very much. Really interesting, the idea to address the medium layer between the practitioner, who is the one that is prescribing, adapting, and these intermediate layers are very important. And the second element that connects to what you mentioned, Georgetta, is that those who are more favorable for evidence use and data use are the ones who are the most motivated by change. So they're truly motivated by the idea to render better services. And probably the usage of evidences and data linked to that narrative of progress is something that is going to be like a win-win. Many things have come up. We have very little time. In fact, we don't have time available, but we can allocate it. We can allocate more time in order to gather some questions and reflections. And for those of you who are following us via streaming, please address the necessary questions and we're going to convey them. As we did not have time for discussions in the first table for international experiences, if you have some experiences or some questions, please send them over because we're going to give a reply. We have a few minutes if you would like to pose some questions.
Aquí hay una y allí al fondo hay otra.
Hola, gracias. Bueno, en primer lugar, agradecer a la Fundació Jaume Bofill.
I would like to thank the Foundation Bofill for creating these fora, these spaces which are very fruitful in order to generate new action lines. I come from Evalua. We have been alluded to on several occasions, so I feel like it's important to highlight our experience. And my reflection is the following. I believe that there is a certain margin when it comes to designing better our public policies, and I agree with Joan's comment. Oftentimes, we are bringing together patchy areas, and there's scope for improvement in how we design the new initiatives that are full of good intentions, even if it's in a reduced scale, to scale it up later. And we're lucky enough that in education, and I'm talking about with a comparison with certain other social sciences, we have a lot of accumulated evidences locally and nationally. We have an initiative that we conducted with the Fundació Bofill And we had many evidences, and on an international level, there's many organizations specifically devoted to implementing and raising awareness about all the knowledge in education in a very understandable way, so that it can be applicable in a very direct manner in the design of public policies. Educational Foundation, What Works, Clearinghouse in the US, just to name a few. So the question is, why, when there is so much evidence, is it not placed at the forefront? Why don't we have better policies which are evidence-based or informed by evidences? And I'm not talking about how scientific evidences replace other approaches, but rather to set up an environment where the evidences that we have and the knowledge that we already harbor is taken as a stretched hand in order to contrast and compare different standpoints. And that was my contribution. Thank you. In the background, Kristen Villena, teacher from the Department of Education. Since this morning until now, a very positive reflection, and then I'm going to conclude with a question. And in historic perspective, since the expression by Unamuno, to let them invent things, if you preclude empiric approaches, I think that we have improved as of today. We are going to invent with their money. So here's my question. Which is going to be the next challenge? Are we going to research with our money, and we're going to rely on the sharing of the evaluation with them? Do you think that that's the next challenge? Thank you very much. Any further interventions? That would be the right moment. Elena Roca. I also come from the Educational Consortium. I would also like to talk about the challenge of rendering access to data more accessible, and to accompany that with narrative and a sense of purpose, and then the subject of responsibility and the ethics of being lent access to those data. So on behalf of the administration, we need to continue to shed value to that and to devote time to that, because it is very delicate. The proposal of rendering access more democratic, and the middle layer that Marta was commenting needs to be accompanied, so that we're all responsible, and so that we can accompany that in the conversations that we strike with the different school centers. Just to add something to that vision. Thank you very much. Okay, we have 5 minutes, 1 minute and a half per person for each person participating. If you would like to comment or add or develop some aspects of what has been mentioned. Esther, Ana. Would you like to begin, Esther? Well, regarding the usage of evidence in the public policy, there's a lack of evaluation. Normally, you perform evaluations in order to fulfill certain objectives. Apologies, but we're getting really poor sound. We need to look for the available evidence. And that's what I mean previously by changing the role of administrations and to incorporate the evaluation in the public policy. Yes, the change in the public administration culture is one of the challenges. Yes, thank you, Ana. Just to add, following as a segue Esther's comment, capacity building within the public administration is an important challenge. We have been living that as one of the challenges that we have seen at the ministry. And it's true that the team leading the policy lab was familiar with the evaluation. We're all mathematicians, statisticians, people linked to the management of the evaluations of social funds, and we all had knowledge, but it's also true that this has been useful as a training tool, which was really quick, and that was something that had not happened beforehand. And it's true that the challenge has to do with the fact that it should not just be useful for us, but the fact that we could expand this level of knowledge and the sensitivity with the need to perform evaluation really closely to policy making. And we have incorporated that in our work with all our stakeholders. So if we have been capable of contributing to a degree to that, as Esther mentioned, we will consider ourselves satisfied. Yeah, it's part of the legacy. Yes, as regards the question of why we're not leveraging enough the research which is made on the evidence, is just an anecdote and a comment. The anecdote is that I believe that we are making headway, and there's good news with the program that we're following of residency. We can see that the junior teachers have different objectives, and classroom management is one of those areas, and there's different training pills. But we rely on a constant feedback loop with the coach, which happens on a weekly basis, and what we're seeing is the majority of the teachers that have been spending 10 or 15 years, they say that they're really surprised at how well they have been trained. And they look for evidences, and they dare to look for things. So that part is already working. So sometimes we bash the induction training, but that's beginning to work well. And as regards why we don't take a leap on that, at the level of educational administration, I think that the institutional design is such that the research is too close to application, which is not the case in health. So if you're designing health policies, you have time to research and to perform a tie, and the workflow is not working there, and you have a lot of work overload. And the same goes for teachers. We're not capable of prioritizing and preserving time for this. And I'm talking about capacity building also here in that sense. And as regards which are the challenges, whether we should fund and socialize, well, I think that the challenge we're trying to introduce right now, or to tackle right now, is to have a policy which is aware to foster educational research. And up until now, educational research was conceived as a tool of other policies, and I think that there should be an aware or a conscious attempt to foster educational research. I fully agree. Let me make the most, as we're talking about capacity building, the role that eValua had training us, because they have brought forward a lot of training, I think is worth highlighting. And the challenges expressed by Elena to democratize research and the danger of transparency on how this is going to be used in education. Well, there's nothing which is fully harmless, and we can fall into the trap of establishing rankings of schools, the schools that fail, the stigmatized schools, etc. So we need to analyze really well how to manage all this. Probably this will be part of the research culture and evidence-based culture, which has to do with the responsibility by the researchers group, and we know that they go through the ethics code, and in our case, the technicians of the administrations or the school centers do not have a clear idea. So we need to accompany that with an ethics reflection of what can be commented, what cannot be commented, which are the data that we need for decision making that are going to stay in this room. And maybe we're not asking people to take pictures, but maybe we should, because sometimes we share data which on the next day appear in the newspapers, and we are bashed against because we cannot publish certain data, transparency, and so forth. So in the sense of democratization, I think it's interesting to generate these levels of knowledge and to steer towards the smart organizations and learning organizations in the educational center, in the network of schools and in those spaces and fora. Like in Barcelona, we have the networks for change, such as Palcambi in Catalan, where we learn from a peer-to-peer. So these are really good practices in order to share knowledge among the different knowledge units. We're lagging behind the schedule, sorry. Another day we can talk about this, and we can talk about the challenge of the school calendar and a school agenda, which would yeah, we could talk for hours, and I'm incapable of summarizing all these subjects, but we have drafted a really complete maps of the challenges ahead. What's important to see is that the administration understands what's the challenge, and it starts moving forward in that policy. We need to bring back the interpreting devices. There's still a bit of food remaining there, so before we continue with the second part of the day, you can pick some food on the way out, and we're going to continue later on, and we're going to upload all the material, all the videos, streaming, etc. on the web page. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, ens n'hem sortit prou bé del castellà, no?
També estan